Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody's doing really good today. We are trying to see if anything has been put up yet, but I've not found any links available for the trial. So we're just gonna have to keep looking real quick and see what happens. So it's kind of where we are with things right now. Good morning to everybody. Matthew, Sweet Tooth, Ethan, Amanda, Shannon, everyone here. Good morning. Um, yeah, I just double checked. Good morning, guys. Yeah, sorry. Still looking right now. So was I. It's been too long. It's been way too long. Hmm. Well, let's double check here. Check the local channels to see what we find. Watch live. Let's see here. Hmm. So far, nothing, guys. Uh, Carly. Good morning. Yes. What state am I in? I am in the state of Ohio. I am in Ohio. I'm outside of Cleveland. Well, if I put the shades open all the way, you wouldn't be able to see me. The light would wash me out. And good morning, Brad. Don't thank me yet because I can't find anything. So if we can't find anything, we may have to regroup. So let's see here. And if you guys don't remember the rough story of the Marcus Wilson trial, guess we can cover that in the meantime. Um, So Marcus is a black man, and he was on a date with his girlfriend outside of Statesboro, and he claims, according to him, driving down the road, and a truck full of white kids were chasing after him, using racial slurs, and at some point started running him off the road. They were out like outside of town. They were throwing cans at him, and at some point, when they were throwing cans and running him off the road, he pulled out a pistol and shot. Um, and according to the people in the truck, he shot twice. He shot a couple of shots, then he stopped and then fired a couple more. One of those struck a girl in the truck, and that's who he's been charged with the murder for. So there have been some allegations he fired a warning shot, or he said he fired a warning shot, and if he really did, he's in trouble. But we'll see what they actually prove. So yeah, yeah, that's we'll see what happens. He did try to get a stand your ground immunity back earlier this year around March. The judge denied it. So that all kind of went down the toilet for him. Um what happened to the stream from the other day? So Discovery Channel got all assholeish about me using their video. I tried to get it to clip out, so I'm waiting for that to get fixed. That turned into a mess just because they're dicks, and it just avoids me from facing any problems with any problems in trying to get a copy strike or something like that. So I don't know. It's when you use that option, apparently it's a mess. So yeah, I'm trying to get that one fixed, but it's been processing for like 6 hours now, which is just absolutely frustrating. So let's see here. What else do we have? Hmm. Amanda's saying the roads outside of Statesboro are dark, 2-lane, lonely roads. There are 2 4-lane roads that go into town, and there are very real speed traps. Yeah, I looked at it in Google Earth. It's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. So let's see if we can bring it up while we're waiting. Oh, no, that's not a good picture at all. Yeah, good morning, D-Car. Good morning, Uncle Baba. Good morning, Carlos. Yeah, still waiting to see if anything pops up trial-wise, guys. Nothing's been confirmed. It's getting a little ridiculous. So let's see here. Still looking. I'm gonna check their local news, see if there's anything, because I just checked the Savannah stuff, but there's nothing there. Let's see here. Oh. Ooh, this might help. Wilson, come on. Somebody's got to have something open for this. What up? What up, Kick? How you doing? Waiting to see if we can find any links right now because it has turned into a dry hole. Nobody's got it up, which is a little disappointing. So, still checking. I mean, Nicholas Cruz is going. There's also Matheau Moore. So I don't know, guys. We might jump into something else for a little while if you want while we're checking. Oh, hope everything's going okay for you. Hope everything's going all right. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Let's see here. If you guys haven't subscribed to Kick, it's actually a really good channel, Keeping It Criminal. Kind of talks a lot about a lot of different topics, so it's a good place. You know what? For right now, we'll just watch Matheau Moore since I can't find anything for Marcus Wilson. Let's bring that up.
And he indicated that he was out having a cigarette and heard the arguing and didn't know why, but he remembered hearing it.
Yes.
What's the distance from his garage to their house?
Approximately maybe 60 feet.
This is Diane Menashe from Dr. Husel's trial, if you guys remember.
Generally, that's a pretty quiet area there.
Yes, it is.
In that kind of back part of Recross.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not a busy road. It's sort of at the end. It's not being well traveled or anything like that.
Correct.
A holiday weekend. Memorial Day was a holiday weekend.
I guess I don't understand your question.
The time frame we're talking about was a holiday weekend.
The time frame for her disappearance, yes. So if you're referring to the argument, no, it was before that.
Fair enough. So then he testifies about hearing from his house an argument, loud voices, screaming. But I want to make sure he never says that about the night of the 25th.
That's correct.
Nor the morning of the 26th.
That's correct.
I want to talk about physical evidence or lack thereof. With respect to, there was a GPS put on Matt Moore's car, was there not?
Yes, there was.
On May 27th of 2020.
Yes.
So the jurors understand it. To get a GPS authorization to put a tracking device on someone's car, you fill out a search warrant.
Yes, ma'am.
And you ask a judge, you attach an affidavit to the search warrant as to why you want it, and a judge reviews it and then authorizes it or not.
Correct.
You did that process with respect to the GPS for Matt's car,
A detective elected did that process.
but it's through the course of the overall investigation.
So a tracker put on his car. Interesting.
And GPS stands for Global Positioning System, right?
Correct.
And the beauty of a GPS tracking device is that the person doesn't know that it's on their car.
Correct.
You surreptitiously put the tracking device on the car so that the person doesn't know.
Correct.
And then you're able, through the tracking device and software, to see where that person drives or does not drive.
Correct.
And that was important because you wanted to see, did you not, if Matt Moore, where he was driving, putting up defendant's exhibit D again. Right, detective?
Yes.
And after Emily's remains were found on September 16th of 2020, you went back, did you not, and reviewed the GPS data?
After her body was found?
After her remains were found.
I don't recall that.
The GPS was on Matt Moore's car for 2 weeks.
That sounds correct, yes.
There is nothing of any evidentiary value from the GPS, correct?
No.
And it was put on the Ultima?
Yes, it was.
You need a warrant to do that, AD.
And you were aware through the course of your investigation that the Ultima was the car, was like Matt's car, and the Subaru was Emily's car?
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to the surveillance of, or
Yes.
the investigation done with respect to other people living in the neighborhood, there was a neighborhood canvass, was there not?
Yes, there was.
And everyone that lived up and down Abbey Cross and in the general area, officers went to their doors and knocked to see if they knew anything or had heard anything.
Correct.
One resident reported hearing screaming or anything of a noise out of the ordinary on the night of the 25th,
That's correct.
nor the morning of the 26th.
Correct.
No one that was living in that general area had any Ring cameras or any type of camera on their house that might have shown anything. Is that correct?
We checked for Ring cameras and couldn't find any.
Right. And that's something that is now kind of in the world we live in, something you always think people might have, right? They might have Ring cameras or door cameras, and there might be potential evidentiary value there.
Absolutely.
We have none of that in this case.
No, we don't.
There was no other kind of surveillance, any cameras on County Line Road or anything of the like that would have captured any video from the 25th or 26th. Is that correct?
Can you rephrase your question?
Sure. County Line Road.
Mhm.
Defendant's Exhibit D. Are there cameras along County Line Road?
That's part of why I wanted you to rephrase it, because I didn't know how far out you were talking on county line. So in this area, not that I'm aware of, no.
And in this area, we're talking like between Crossing and, how about we just say Windermere Place?
That's accurate.
No cameras in that area.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And then with respect to Abbey Cross or this general area, there's no Ring cameras or anyone that has any kind of video from the 25th or 26th. Is that correct?
Correct.
The search warrant that was executed on 46 Abbey Cross on March 27th.
May 27th?
I'm sorry, May
Okay.
27th.
Yes.
That's surprising because they live in a fairly affluent area.
There was an inventory sheet of the items that were taken from the house.
That's correct.
You would agree with me. One more. Showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 10. You recognize this photo, Detective?
I do.
You would agree with me that the shirt, and we know this from other photos, that Matt Moore is wearing in this picture on the night of May 25th is a short sleeve shirt.
Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me that that shirt was seized during the search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, when I came to look at the physical evidence, were you in the room when I pulled out, there was a mask still in the pocket?
No.
Okay. A mask like a COVID,
COVID mask? Okay.
Yes. You were in and out, so I wasn't sure if you were
Yeah,
there.
no, I missed that part.
But the shirt is in evidence.
Yes.
And as you do when you take evidence from a scene, it's best practice to note where the item is taken from.
Correct.
And the shirt that is pictured here as Matt wearing on May 25th at Cobley
Yes, ma'am.
was found in the hamper.
Yes, ma'am.
That shirt, was that submitted for testing?
I don't think it was. No.
Ooh, that's interesting. The thing he thinks he wore while committing the murder, they didn't check it.
For testing, you had the ability to submit items for forensic.
Yes, this is Cross.
As the lead investigator, do you not?
Yes.
And you can take it to BCI
Yes.
and ask them to do, a number of things with respect to trace evidence.
Yes.
You could ask them to test an item to see if it's positive for serology, for blood,
Yes.
for semen,
Yes.
for any kind of trace.
Everything.
Evidence, or you could ask for, right?
Correct.
Let me find a picture of Emily with the flags. One moment. Showing you what's previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit P. Do you recognize this, Detective?
I do.
There was also, and there was another photo where I asked
A lot of
you
flags.
on Friday about the booties that she was wearing. Do you remember
That booty.
Booties?
The shoes.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Yes, I remember the shoes.
Get that booty.
Sorry.
Fair enough about the word booties. You know? Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit H.
So you can even have fun during a murder trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's me that called these booties, not you.
Okay.
So.
I-
But remember, I compared the photograph of her in the Field of Heroes, and then I asked you to look at these shoes that were found in the garage on the 27th, and you agreed on Friday that they appeared to be the same.
Correct.
And there's even here, like these are black things. They're actually, according to the inventory log, socks that were also taken.
Yes.
You are aware from the photographs of Emily Noble at Field of Heroes that she's wearing a black mini skirt. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
And remember during Officer Hollis's body cam, where he's walking through the residence with Matheau Moore.
Yes, she
on the
was.
25th,
Very good in the
Matt
trial.
Moore takes Officer Hollis into the closet, showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit O. Do you remember that part of the body cam?
Yes, I do.
And in this general area right here, would you agree that he picks up an item and says to Officer Hollis, this is the miniskirt that she was wearing when we went out yesterday?
Yes.
When you executed the search warrant, that miniskirt was still in the closet, was it not?
Yes.
And that miniskirt is actually in the physical evidence, and it was taken from the house.
Yes, it was.
So between the 25th and the search warrant being executed on the 27th, the skirt, as you know, it is still there.
Yes.
Was that submitted for forensic testing?
I don't believe so, no.
Ooh, a little lazy there by the police.
There was a map that you testified to. I think it was you, but tell me if it was someone else. But the rooms in the house were each marked as an alphabet, as a letter.
That was Detective Lucky.
Detective Lucky.
Yes.
And there's a placard put in each of the rooms, and the letter is associated with the room.
Correct.
There was a second bedroom in that house,
Yes, there was.
and there was a bathroom in the second bedroom, or associated with the second bedroom.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that to get to the bathroom in the second bedroom, you go into the second bedroom itself? Tell me if you don't understand my question.
I'm just trying to recall the layout in my head.
Sure.
I thought that you could access the second bedroom from the hallway right before entering the bedroom.
Let me show you a picture. And you walk into the bathroom. This shows both doorways. Defendant's Exhibit M. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about these doorways here. So, and it's a little, but this is actually an entryway, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And that entryway is, if I'm in the second bedroom, I can walk into the bathroom this way.
Okay. I see. Yes.
Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another way I can walk into the bathroom?
It was what I was recalling, that you can see the edge of this other second door right here.
But this is how you get into the bathroom. Is that correct?
From the bedroom, yes.
From the bedroom.
Yes.
And D, we know this as the second bedroom bathroom.
Correct.
And when we talked about the hamper where the shirt that Matt was wearing on the 25th, that's the hamper where that was found.
That's correct.
And then showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit N. This is, and I know you've testified that you weren't in the house, but this is also a photograph that was testified to with respect to the items seen in the house.
Correct.
And this appears to be the clothes were dumped out of the hamper onto the floor.
Yes.
And in your analysis of the case, I'm sure that you look closely at all of these photographs.
It's been a minute, but yes, I have looked at them. Yes.
And when you did, I'm sure you saw that right where the circle is where the shirt is that Matt was wearing on the 25th.
Yes.
The 24th, sorry. The shirt he's wearing on the 24th in Cobley. Thank you. So takes a village. Just generally a follow-up about trace evidence. And I know through the course of your work as a detective, you're aware of what trace evidence is generally, are you not?
Correct.
Trace evidence is when two items come into contact with one another. Fair to say that when they leave each other, there may well be something left behind from when they were together.
Correct.
So there could be things like prints.
That's correct.
DNA, right?
Yes.
Saliva,
Yes.
Semen, blood, all those kind of things could be trace evidence.
Yes.
We saw a number of pictures throughout this case of, there was, 3, 4, 5, like white kind of bath mats or rugs in the house.
Yes.
Those items were not collected.
Correct.
Had they visually appeared to have anything of evidentiary value, we can assume that they would have been collected.
Correct.
The same thing with towels in the bathroom or washcloths or anything like that that might have fibers or hairs.
That's good
Those
job,
things would
Diane.
also have been collected if you or any of the officers thought they had evidentiary value.
Correct.
There was a point, I think you testified to in your direct, that Matt Moore actually brought you some items that might help you form a DNA profile of Emily.
That's correct.
He brought you a hairbrush that had some of her hair in it.
I think it was like a shower cap or something like that,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
Okay. And the as you recall it, the purpose was there was some hairs there, and sometimes from follicles, if the root is there, you could create a DNA profile.
Correct.
I know that the towels or the rugs weren't collected, but the sheets were collected.
Correct.
From the master bedroom.
Correct.
The comforter was collected.
I believe so, yes.
The pillows were collected.
Yes.
I think it was the fitted sheet, the comforter, the pillowcases. Those were all collected.
Yes.
And then seen in the photograph of Emily at the Field of Heroes, it appears that she's wearing a black V-neck T-shirt of some sort, and we can see that in those photos at Cobley as well.
Yes.
There was a number, 3, 4, 5 plus black V-neck T-shirts also taken from the closet of Emily Noble.
That's correct.
Nothing of evidentiary value with respect to the clothing or the sheets or anything within the house.
No, ma'am.
I want to talk to you about when items are taken as part of a search warrant. There is a process, is there not, for the recovery of an item?
Yes.
So usually officers are wearing gloves when they're recovering items because they don't want to influence or harm the integrity of any trace evidence which might be on that item.
Correct.
There are bags that are used to place items into,
Yes.
usually brown paper bags.
Correct.
And there's made every effort, right, to take the item and put it in the bag so that you don't lose any of its integrity. And then the bag is sealed,
Correct.
taped,
Yes.
and every officer that either seals the bag or opens the bag must initial,
Yes.
retape, initial, so that we know who has always touched an item.
Correct.
And that's called generally chain of custody, is it not?
Correct.
Once you take an item from a location, if the item moves in different places, we always want to know where it's moving and who is moving it.
Correct.
It's a very important part of police procedures.
Correct.
So I want to talk about Emily's remains.
Ooh, this is going to be interesting.
Let's go to 916. I know they're found in that area generally by 3 women that are out searching.
Yes.
1 woman identifies them.
Yes.
And by the time you arrived at the scene, was it already dark?
It was.
Thank you,
dusk,
Mama,
yes.
for. Yeah, it looks like we're not going to be able to watch
Dusk in
Marcus Wilson,
September
guys.
is
I
around
apologize.
Just generally.
So 7:45, 8 o'clock.
Which would be different from dusk in May.
Correct.
What would dusk be in May?
I would imagine a little bit later than that.
So going back to the 16th, the remains are found, and who is the entity that physically is the first to collect the remains?
I believe it was the agent from BCI.
And tell the jurors, what does BCI stand for?
Bureau of Criminal Investigation. They essentially can assist or run any investigations in the state of Ohio.
They're kind of like an arm that local police departments can reach out to in Ohio to call in for their expertise and things, just like this recovery scene.
Support, assistance, expertise, yes.
Okay. So they're at the scene when the remains are found, and they're the ones that initially take the remains. I noted that the remains were transferred to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office on the 17th of September. Where were the remains stored, if you know, overnight before they went to Montgomery County?
They were not stored anywhere. So Delaware County has a contract with Montgomery County for coroner purposes. So Mr. Carlson from Delaware County Coroners was the one to actually transport her out to Montgomery County. So I believe that the actual transfer occurred after midnight that night.
And so it's the local county coroner, is Hickman,
Yes.
that takes the remains
They should,
from
Justin.
the scene to Montgomery County Coroner's Office.
He wasn't the one to physically take it. It was one of his investigators for the coroner.
That's very
Charlie
weird
Carlson.
because Columbus is literally
Charlie
2 minutes
Carlson
down the road.
drives the remains to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office.
Yes.
And that drive with what is Dayton, maybe 60, 50 minutes away.
Let's say
It's about an hour.
60, 80 minutes.
And then I noted from my
Montgomery County
review
is Dayton.
that on October 2nd, the remains were transferred to Ohio State University here in Columbus. Who did that transport?
I cannot answer that.
We would know that from there should be a chain of custody log with respect to the remains.
Yes.
And the log would tell us when the
Oh,
remains
no.
were picked up, who picked them up, and where they were going and who delivered them.
Oh no, that's not properly documented. I have the feeling that's where she's going.
But the drive back from Montgomery County to OSU would be approximately the same distance, right? Dayton to Columbus.
Yes.
I mean, it's not a completely mic dropping moment, but that's not good.
There was some testimony about cell extractions from the phones of the three women that found the remains. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Since their testimony was I provided through your assistance, the cell phone extractions.
Yes.
And each of the phones, there was a dump, if you will, of their phones.
Correct.
And each of them had taken at least one picture of the remains as they saw them before anyone else arrived in terms of law enforcement.
I don't recall the specifics of that.
I assume that you reviewed the extractions.
No, Detective likely did.
They were the first persons to see the remains in the woods, were they not?
Yes.
I want to go through the timeline of how things happened. The remains are found on September 16th
Yes.
of 2020.
Yes.
The Montgomery County Coroner's Report is issued on January 22nd of 2021.
Sounds correct. Yes.
So about 4 months later.
Yes.
And so we're clear with the jury, it's the Montgomery County Coroner's Office that does the actual autopsy.
Correct.
Separately is the Delaware County Coroner, Hickman.
Yes.
Hickman at no point in time in this case ever did an autopsy.
Not that I'm aware of.
So the remains go to Montgomery County because, as you testified to, Delaware has a contract with Montgomery where they handle autopsies.
Correct.
And tell the jury just generally based on your experience what an autopsy is.
That's quite an experience. In relation to Emily, they're essentially, with lack of a proper medical term.
Road dog, good to see you. It's been a little while.
Of her at that point. So their autopsy at that point seemed very preliminary, where they took like an x-ray of her, took how much she weighed, any clothing that she had on, jewelry, and anything else that would have been in her pockets and stuff like that. They removed those so that we could take them as evidence.
They being the Montgomery County Coroner, the first medical people to look at the remains after they were found.
Yes.
So again, we're going back to the scene. Those remains are captured from the scene and taken to the coroner's office. At the coroner's office, they find one necklace around her neck. You agree with me on that?
Yes.
And you saw, I'm sure during this trial, that I asked questions about the number of necklaces that Emily was wearing on the 25th.
Yes.
What's been marked as State's Exhibit 2.
She's wearing all them
Remember those
chains.
questions?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that she's wearing two necklaces here.
Yes.
One's shorter and one's longer.
Correct.
And the one that she's found in is the longer one, right?
That's correct.
So between the 25th and her being found, one of the necklaces is not there.
Correct.
Right? And then in the pocket of her leggings, we know from the Montgomery County coroners, is a vape pen, an
Correct.
e-cigarette.
Yes.
And you heard the testimony as to John Kramer as to whether she smoked or used a vape pen.
Correct.
I don't know if she was
And there
vaping.
a
She
vape
kind of
pen
deserved
found
this.
in one of her pockets.
That's correct.
I don't feel bad for her now.
The coroner's office and your visual observations as well showed that her tennis shoes were still on her feet.
Yes.
She was wearing a black tank top.
Correct.
So different from that V-neck t-shirt
Correct.
that we saw, different from the miniskirt because she had pants on,
Correct.
and different from those, what I called booties, but you did not call booties.
That booty.
Yes.
Yes.
Different shoes.
That's correct.
So between the 25th and when her remains are found, she is in a completely different outfit.
Yes.
Then, so the Montgomery County Coroner's report is January 22nd of 2021. And then Dr. Smock's report is issued on May 27th, 2021. That sound right?
I can't recall the date.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you his report?
Yes, please.
And then we know that Matt Moore is arrested on June 17th of 2021.
Yes.
So 14 months after, 13 months after she goes missing and he calls 911, he's arrested.
Correct.
And then it's after that, on September 16th, 2021, that the Delaware County Coroner issues the death certificate.
Correct.
So, and it's a year to the day that the Delaware County Coroner issues the death certificate from when the remains were found.
Okay. Yes.
9/16 and
Yes.
9/16,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
2 different years. If I may approach your honor just to refresh. This circles back to my question about Dr. Smock's report.
Okay.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is it dated?
It is dated May 27th, 2021.
I want to talk about your testimony with respect to John Bolte. Bolte.
Yes.
Who is at Ohio State University.
Correct.
You were asked a bunch of questions about the work he did. I want to be really clear. You are familiar with crime scene reconstruction experts.
Yes.
Though I assume, have you ever used a crime scene reconstruction expert in the course of your work as a detective?
I can't recall, no.
But there's such a thing.
But there is such a thing, yes.
You can actually, there's an expertise, is there not, where you can ask a person with the right experience, training, and education to reconstruct, let's say, a car accident.
Okay.
Right?
Correct.
And then potentially that expert could drive a car at 60 miles an hour into a tree and reenact that moment.
Correct.
So we're clear. John Bolte is not a crime scene reconstruction expert.
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay. And in fact, not a crime scene reconstruction expert has been engaged in this case by the state of Ohio.
Correct.
That's separate from the work that Dr. Bolte was asked to do, which was just to test that branch, right?
Correct.
Now, you would agree with me that you've been down to that branch, not just on
Hey, Mark.
the 16th of September, but a significant, over 5
Oh,
times?
good, Arch.
Yes.
Congratulations.
And-
Good luck.
Just as a human and as a detective, every time you see that branch, it's hard to imagine that it would actually hold a person, isn't it?
It is, and that's actually why I reached out to Dr. Bolte.
Because when you look at the branch, it doesn't even seem like it might hold a person.
Correct.
And so you reached out to him to determine really what was the strength or lack thereof of that branch. So he goes to the scene, and you're there,
Yes.
and he does these 2 tests on the branch.
Correct.
The first test that we talked about was a static test where he uses a milk crate and he slowly adds weight in 15-pound increments. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That's the first test, right?
Yes.
And he's also measuring from a camera, is he not, the deflection, if any, of the branch. Like, does the branch bend?
That's correct.
At any point in time during his testing, you realized, did you not, that the branch might break? Because you didn't know.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. As he's testing it, there was always the possibility that as he added weight, it might break.
Yes.
And so he's filming it,
Correct.
right? Video and still.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
And the first test, adding the weight, the branch holds.
Ooh.
And in fact, the deflection, and I just asked you visually, is almost hard to even see.
Correct.
Then he does the second test with the crash test dummy that you were asked about on direct.
Yes.
The legs being taken off, that wasn't to reconstruct anything, right? He's not a crime scene expert, right?
Correct.
It was just so that the crash test dummy could actually fit between the branch and the ground.
Correct.
So the legs were taken off, and then they were kind of put with the torso of the crash test dummy. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And then it's suspended and it's dropped. And that's called the dynamic test,
Yes.
to see if the branch would still hold if weight just dropped, right?
Correct.
And the weight that was used by the crash test dummy was the same or similar weight of Emily Noble when she was alive.
Yes, ma'am.
And the branch held.
It did.
And the deflection the same, right? Hardly even visual.
Correct.
I want to talk about at some point you or law enforcement branch at your direction reached out to experts at the University of Tennessee,
Yes,
specifically researchers at what we call the body farm.
that's correct.
And you are aware through
That body.
your training and experience that the body farm is a place in Tennessee where they being researched, just study rates of decay and decomposition
Of bodies, yes.
of bodies, of just of human corpses.
Correct.
This is
In fact,
100% a real place, guys.
You can donate your corpse,
That's correct.
and researchers study it in the elements or in trunks, and they look at rates of decay and decomposition.
Correct.
So you or an arm of your office reached out to the University of Tennessee and to see if they could look at the scene photos
Correct.
and make any determinations as to whether or not the remains decomposed in that location.
That's correct.
You would agree with me, and they issued a report.
Yes, they did.
You would agree with me that at no point in time did you or anyone in law enforcement at your direction ask any expert to see if they can determine the length of time that the body had been in that location.
That's correct.
As of
Ooh.
today, there is no person, no expert, no lay witness, no police officer that can say with any certainty or even plus or minus the date in which those remains got to that wooded area.
Objection, Your Honor. Call for speculation.
He can answer if he can.
Yeah, that's not speculation at all. The answer is no.
Sure. You're the lead detective on this case.
Michael, this is in Delaware County, just over the part of Westerville.
And so you're aware, as the lead detective, that Matt Moore is charged with 2 counts of murder and felonious assault May 24th and May 25th of
Correct.
2020.
Yes.
Here's my question. There is no one, to your knowledge, an expert or lay witness or law enforcement personnel, that can say the exact day, even plus or minus a day, when those remains got to those woods.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
That's correct.
I want to move to some cell data. And Your Honor, would you like me to go to 10:15 and then I'll stop? Or,
Yeah, that'd be fine.
great,
You let me know.
thank you.
Yes, this is Diane Menashe. She is an attorney out of Columbus.
You were
She defended Dr.
asked
Husel.
on direct examination about Matt Moore's search history of Eric Gordon Peterson. Do you remember that?
I do.
And that search history was on May 20th, 2020. You would agree with me that Eric Gordon Peterson, as it's spelled Pederson, is the same spelling
Peter.
as his ex-wife's last name.
Correct.
So it's Peterson.
Correct.
And then also Eric Gordon Peterson case was in Vegas.
Correct.
And he used to live in Vegas.
That's correct.
And you would also agree with me showing you extraction report that was part of a larger. Let me mark it. I'll mark this as Defendant's Exhibit T. defendant's exhibit T. Zoom out here for the extraction report, timeline 43. Do you see that, Detective?
I do.
And we're just focusing on May 20th. Want to go to page 3 of that extraction report. Do you see how just before, so this is 2/14/42, do you see that?
I do.
And I have it highlighted because I'm just trying to show the jurors. So just before that, he's on Google. You see that?
I do.
And Google. You see that?
I do.
Okay, so he's searching online, right?
That's correct.
And we don't know if those are news stories or what type of information that is. But you would agree that he's actively browsing in apps, right? General browser content before Eric Gordon is typed in as a search term.
That's correct.
And Peterson, again, is spelled the same way as the wife's last name is. And that's a case in Vegas.
Yes.
Guys, everything you do electronically leaves a trace.
What has been marked
Be
as
careful.
defendant's exhibit U. You testified as to his search of Edward Gallagher on May 22nd. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And these were the two searches that stuck out to you, which is why you testified to them. Sound right?
That's correct.
Just want to go to page 4 of defendant's exhibit U. Do you see the search there?
I do.
Edward Gallagher. Just want to go to just before that. Do you see that this is a Chrome Google search
Yes.
just before that? And then let's go to page 3. So before he types in Edward Gallagher, he's on the AP News site. Do you see that?
I do.
AP News, AP News, AP News. Do you see that?
Yes.
So he's searching the news before he types that in, right?
Correct.
In terms of other search histories that Matt did, or browser history rather, I know you were shown exhibit 95. Something that hasn't been talked about, but we know from the search history, and I'm sure you know through the course of your investigation. This is searched items, was exhibit 95. It was electronically shown to the jurors. Just want to make sure that you remember also during the time of January and February that Matt was also Googling things with respect to his health. Did you see that?
That's accurate. Yes.
Because you know through the course of your investigation and surely through reviewing his text messages that in January and February around that time, he thought he had a serious health condition.
Correct.
He went to doctors to get an MRI to see if there was something wrong with him.
That's correct.
Because he felt, in addition to how he felt about Joey's suicide, he was physically not feeling well.
Correct.
You were shown Emily's web history, which was exhibit 88. And I mention this because of the two things you noted from Matt's web history, but I noticed you didn't mention from Emily's web history. if web history is important. Showing you page 16. These markings are my own, but I will, the jury has been provided a clean copy in Exhibit 88. You see right here, this is Emily's, let me orient you so we're really sure what we're looking at here. This is Emily's extraction report and web history.
Okay.
Look familiar to you?
Yes.
Something that you reviewed during the course of your investigation?
Yes.
February 24th, 2020. Web history of Emily Noble. Into the forest I go to lose my mind and find my soul. You see that?
Yes.
And I'm sure after you saw that, given the facts of this case, you went on to this website, Soulfulware.
Correct.
And it's a retail clothing line.
It is.
And you'll agree that she stays on that website till 3:25. Into the forest I go to lose my mind. Do you see that? Continues on.
Yes.
Then I want to just go down here so we're clear. So she's on at 3:33:25, and then she's still on it at 3:33:32. Do you see that?
7 seconds later, yes.
Yes, into the forest I go. And then going to the next page. She's still on it.
Yep. 4 seconds later, yes.
Yep. And then she goes back
Yes,
to it.
lock him up.
Yes.
She goes back to into the forest I go to lose my mind and find my soul. An hour and 20 minutes later. Doesn't she?
She does.
And then she stays on it. See that, detective?
Yes, I see it.
Showing you the next page, which is 18. And she stays on it. And she stays on it. And then she stays on the site. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Ooh. Let's see.
I want to talk to you about Exhibit 82. State's Exhibit 82. This is the extraction report with respect to Emily Noble's cell phone.
I do not know the answers to that.
Does that look familiar to you, Detective?
Yes.
Now, you and I were chatting before we started today. And the UFC or the UTC conversion times sort of hurt our heads.
Yes.
Yes. So bear with me because it's tricky. Because her phone, Emily's phone, was actually programmed for Chicago time.
Correct.
So that makes things even more complicated because we're on East Coast.
That's correct.
And then we have daylight savings time to account for.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to try to do my best. But in this, what I'm showing you, and I'll move it up so the map is, it's UTC plus 0.
Correct.
So as we convert this, this is a 4-hour conversion. Would you agree with me on that?
Good morning, Critter.
From UTC to Eastern Standard.
Yes. So this, it says 1:39:42 p.m. becomes 9:39:42 a.m. Does it not?
Correct.
The date on this is 5/24/20. So this is her birthday.
Correct.
And the location, or rather the GPS, the thing that's locating her at 9:39:42 in the morning is Apple Maps. You see that, detective?
Yes.
The location is Butyl. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's important, right? Because of John Kramer. Because, detective, we know from the holify here that John Kramer's first statement was that he saw her that morning on the 25th going for a walk between 9 and 10, right?
John Kramer's first statement?
Yes.
Yes.
And we know that during that exact time frame, the day prior, she's in Butyl.
Yes.
So he can't be seeing her if she's in Butyl on the 24th, right?
That's correct.
I know that officers kind of went up to Butyl, and so when Emily was missing, you went up there and sort of generally searched the area where that Springs was, did you not?
No.
Your team.
No, we did not.
Okay. Well, you know generally how far Butyl is from Westerville.
Correct.
Hour and a half
That's accurate.
each way.
Yes.
So hypothetically, to get to Butyl, if I don't stop, by 9:39, I would leave around 8 a.m.
Correct.
And then if I only got to Butyl and got in my car and drove right back, that would put me back to Westerville at 11 a.m.
Correct.
We know from the GPS, from Matt and Emily's phone, do we not, that after they went to Butyl on her birthday, they then went to his father's house, Palmer's house.
That's correct.
And Palmer, Matt's dad, has since died.
Correct.
But we have the GPS, and so we know they were there.
That's correct.
And his dad lived in what city?
Worthington, Ohio.
And Matt told officers about going to Butyl on May 24th. Officer Hulse, first on the scene, said we were at Butyl on her birthday.
Correct.
Then he said we went to my dad's house, right?
Correct.
And that was confirmed by the data, the cell data.
Yes.
Showing you what was previously marked as Exhibit 92. This is Matt Moore's location history. Do you recognize this as locations 8? Do you see that, detective?
I do.
I want to go to the second page. This coordinate here.
I'll get you a mark. Hold on.
This, as you came to know it, is Abbey Cross, right?
Yes.
And sometimes the coordinates can change, like variably. It almost looks like it's at the neighbors, but it's Abbey Cross.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Because of the way the software is. Just want to make sure the jurors see that Matt Moore's phone is marked as hitting, right, Abbey Cross at 5:24:20, 10:53:04 p.m. Do you see that?
Before the time conversion?
Before the time converter.
Yes.
It's UTC 0. Sorry.
Yes.
So time conversion on that?
6:53:04 p.m.
Perfect. And we know that before 6:53:04, they were at the 3 bars in Westerville.
Correct.
And we know that because of photographic evidence and also because of GPS data.
Correct.
So 6:53:04 p.m., his phone is at Abbey Cross. You would agree with me that the end time is what?
May 26th, 2020 at 7:54:04 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
His phone is in Recross from May 24th, 6:53 to May 26th, 7 a.m.
That just means his phone was there. That doesn't mean he was there. So, gotta be careful with that, Diane. Prosecutor's gonna immediately pounce on that fact.
This is gonna take a minute, but we're gonna go through it. I'm sorry. Would you like a break here?
Is that good for you?
It works for me.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, take a mid-morning break for stretch in the restroom. We call the court's admonition. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
So I guess I'll let everybody know real quick right away. I have a hearing at 1:00. I have to go to. It'll probably take me about an hour. So, I probably won't. I'll be gone from probably about 12:30 till 1:30. Just giving everybody a heads up. Actually, probably 12:30 to maybe 1:45, 2:15, just so everybody's aware. If this is still going, we'll cover it. So yeah, Marcus Wilson, don't know what happened. Can't find anything out about it. Hopefully it's okay for him. So I was gonna cover a couple of these issues. Sweet Tooth, you're asking, whatever happened to the Husel judge? Did he not get into trouble for that? Yeah, nothing happened to him. The court did not recuse him. The Supreme Court did admonish him. So nothing happened. Shannon, you brought this up. Trevor Summer. If you guys could find out if this guy's case is going to be televised, I would like to cover this. This could be hilarious. This would be very, very interesting. I Googled him real quick. He's hired and fired a bunch of his attorneys. He's gotten rid of a judge. That sounds very interesting. And it's a kidnapping case, so it's not even a murder, which would be nice. Nice change up. So, yeah, if we find Marcus at some point, we'll go to him. But I can't even find newspaper articles about him right now. So yeah. But yeah, that's it. That's kind of how we're looking for today, guys. I mean, we'll be sticking around with long crime to see what's going on here. But right now there's nothing new to show up. So if you're not sure where this is, Delaware County is in Ohio. It is the county to the north of Columbus. It is a very affluent area. That's why when you heard Diane asking about were there any ring doorbell shots or anything like that, that was interesting because they do live in a fairly well-off area. See if I can bring this up on Street View. We'll come back to that real quick. So this is this is the area where they lived. It's not a bad place. I mean, he lived in the middle of a bunch of townhouses. But yeah, it is interesting. They're pointing out like they found no footage. There are some problems though with the state's case at this point, and I think Diane's pointing them out, as she did a good job with Dr. Husel's trial. There is a lot of issues with, well, what evidence was tested, what evidence was examined, how did you examine that evidence? And then it turns out a lot of evidence just wasn't inspected. So the clothes he supposedly wore, it would be very interesting to see all that, but they didn't test it. So it is very, very interesting how this is being done, that there's some oh, okay, Trevor's Trevor might start now. This will be good. Um, hmm. Mhm. So I just checked Summers. No, I'm not sick. It's just the weather changed here. The temperature dropped. I'm really stuffed up right now. Yeah, Trevor Summers is in the middle of jury. They're going to start jury selection. We're not going to mess with that. I think it could be kind of funny if he's doing it pro se, but I just scroll back real quick to see what's going on there. They haven't even started yet, so I might jump into that tomorrow instead. If they get through jury selection today, we'll see what happens. Um, yeah, he just asked for a continuance and that got denied. So, I don't believe they were able to track the ransom message. This afternoon the judge wants testimony. Okay, well then we might be able to stick around and jump right into this afternoon. Um, like I said, guys, unless anything's started up, I won't fire up my stream until I get back. So I apologize, but that's kind of the way I want to handle it. It's easier on everybody that way. Um, I know Twisted Sisters is running Nicholas Cruz right now, so that might be worth watching if you're kind of needing your trial fix this afternoon. If I'm not back yet, so hope that answers your guys' questions. We'll keep you posted. Thank you, Leo. I appreciate that. So yeah, guys, anybody got any questions, anything they wanted to ask? I know we're right in the middle of a break, so I know there's not a whole lot going on that's super exciting. But if not, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick and I will be right back. All right, I'm back, guys. So Summers had a hearing where he wanted to be able to ask his standby counsel for help during the trial. Yeah, you're not allowed to do that. Um, um, yeah, that it does not work that way. Sadly, it does not work that way. Uh, yeah, so you can't ask for help during the middle of stuff, but you can ask for help during breaks. So hold on, guys, gotta close the door. So, so, hi, British Yoga, how you doing? Um, yeah, that's So a standby might go ahead and try the case for him. It would be bad for the. It would be a bad look in front of the jury, but also it would make the case take forever. That's one of the risks of when you're doing stuff on your own. You're held to the same standard as me, and the time to learn how to be an attorney is not in the middle of a trial where you could be going to prison for a very, very long time. So, something to think about. I don't think Summers realized that fully. 100% Justin. But if the stakes are a little less, I could see you defending people defending themselves on smaller matters. But yes, on something like this, you definitely don't want to learn for your first day on the job does not need to be this. So yeah, I did not fall in. Oh, you're a funny guy, Parallax. You Matthew, thank you for the link. I appreciate it. So it's unamused. That's all right. I don't know. Woke up, kind of didn't sleep too well, so may not be as funny as I am normally. Um, oh, Matt, good question. They say they will be held to the same standard, but do you think judges still give more leeway to pro se defendants? You might get a little bit of leeway, but once a trial starts, you're held to the exact same standards of evidence. Now, a judge, if you might object to something, and if it's like a hearsay issue, maybe like if it's kind of on the edge, they'll give the pro se guy like the benefit of the doubt. But otherwise, no, you're going to be held to the standards. So, um, a lot of that turns into beforehand. A lot of that leeway once you're in trial. No, the judge has to give you a fair trial, and the fair trials for both sides. Now, I would argue, really, the only person entitled to a fair trial is the defendant because he's the only one that's got anything to lose. He's the one being accused. The state's not entitled to a fair trial. They're the ones who started all these problems anyway. So we shall see what happens. Parallax. So would the judge help you out with terms? Like you don't know what it's called, but you know what it is that you want. Um, I think I know what you're trying to get at here. Um, to an extent, but even then, you don't have to know specific words. Like you object, and you can say, "Your Honor, you don't have to say exactly, like, you don't have to know the correct definitions on things. That's not how that you don't have to worry about that. Um, so you can just voice what your issue is, and generally it's something that makes sense. I think that's what you're getting at here, but I think we'd have to hear it really depends on how intelligent you are and how articulate you are as well. Also, guys, do you want to stay with Moore or do you want to go straight into Summers? Um, yeah, you can't do that. Do you guys want to watch Summers try to do jury selection and see what happens? Or do you want to stay here on Mathew Moore for now? I mean, we can do whatever. Vote, if you guys please vote, we can take a look. I'll do whatever you guys want to do. I think Summers might be a little more fun, but if you guys want to stay here and listen to Moore, we can do that. So just throw it in there, Summers or Moore. And I'm gonna. Oh yeah, I can do a poll. Shit, I could do a poll because this is YouTube. I'm just sitting here at StreamYard like a big dope. Uh, yes, professional streamer over here. Oh. Hmm. All right, guys. Well, the people have spoken, so yeah. So Yoga Summers is accused of kidnapping his wife. So, um, I mean, here's the thing: we can. Yes, jury selection sounds horrible, but it's a guy doing it on his own. So, is he going to be good at it? That might be the issue. Yeah, yeah. It's amazing what a shave and not looking crazy will do for you. But yes, completely different guy. That is always the interesting thing if you have a case. Um, the first time you see your client, uh, especially if they're in the jail right after an arrest, they look, down the road, they look a million times different. Was he just smiling? Well, I mean, what's he supposed to do? I mean, he's potentially facing the rest of his life in prison. I mean, you got to have, I mean, he's not going to sit there and look all forlorn and sad. I mean, if he didn't do it, he didn't do it. So he doesn't have to. So, let's see. I mean, we'll give Summers a shot. We will give Summers a shot. Can't be too bad. So let's see here.
soon as, and I will also, now that you have been brought in, promise you that we're not doing opening statements today. So we won't start the trial till tomorrow. If there's any need for some lags or delays in order to accommodate you, I mean, within reason, but delays to get depots, I'll ask the state. I can't require you to do this, but if you can let the defense know what witnesses you intend to call first, so that they can ask that those depositions be transcribed first, so that you understand where I'm going with that.
The order that I filed my witnesses in, that's what we anticipate how the order is
Excellent.
gonna
The
be.
state doesn't always do that. You don't have to do that. I greatly appreciate that.
Interesting.
Also, if there's anyone, sometimes, I'm not suggesting that's the case here, sometimes there's a list that's a lot longer than you intend to call.
So we're not even having the trial now. That's fine. We're going back to Moore. They're not even doing the trial today. It's gonna be
I want to go through every
Yeah.
day, showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit V.
yeah. They're gonna do jury selection, guys, but we're not
Based on-
gonna. Actually, we're gonna pause this real quick. Look, if they're not even, it sounds like the public defender once it gets in depositions and crap done. The judge now says we're not doing testimony today. We're not even gonna mess with that. I thought that might be interesting, but we're just gonna get to one that's actually going.
The data, I pulled every day where Emily Noble had 1,000 steps or more. Remember we talked about this before you testified today?
Yes.
And there's actually one day that's missing, so I want to be sure to add that.
Ooh, she had days. There's probably days that she disappeared.
It was April 2nd. April 2nd had an additional 3,000 steps or so. So we'll be sure to talk about that as we go through this chart. But let's go through it. April 1st, right? 3,000 steps.
Stabby, we're not doing
Yes,
it.
I do.
April 2nd, already on the chart, but there's an additional 3,000 steps for April 2nd. So she walks on the 1st with her phone and she walks on the 2nd with her phone. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
It appears on the 3rd, 2,962 steps plus those other steps. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, Detective, when you and I talked about this demonstrative aid that I put together, we talked about how these times are actually converted from Eastern Standard Time
2 Eastern Standard.
to Eastern Standard.
Yes.
So if the jury was looking at Defendant's Exhibit W, the times on the records have now been converted on this demonstrative aid.
That's correct.
The 4th, 2777.
That's correct.
The 6th, the 7th, there's no data, right?
Correct.
The 8th, we've got no data on the 9th, 10th, or 11th.
Correct.
No data, no steps on the 13th.
That's correct.
No steps over 1,000.
That's correct.
And I want to be clear, because we talked about the quarter-mile distance being around 1,300. So I looked at any day when there was a total over 1,000 steps.
Okay.
So going back to the Defendant's Exhibit V, is we've got the 16th, right?
That's correct.
17th, nothing. 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, nothing.
Correct.
23rd, 24th,
Yes.
over 1,000. 25th, 26th, nothing.
That's correct.
From the 27th to the 2nd, we've got the 28th, 29th, 30th, 1st, nothing over 1,000.
That's
Right.
correct.
And then there's a gap from the 2nd to the 7th,
Correct.
and then nothing on the 8th.
Correct.
We've got the 10th, and then nothing on the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th.
Correct.
It's over 1,000.
Correct.
And then the 17th, and then that's the last time in May that there's over 1,000 steps on Emily's phone, correct?
Yes.
I mention this for several reasons. Detective, you would agree with me that through the course of your investigation, there has been a theme, if you will, that Emily would have never left the house without her phone, right?
A theme.
That has been something that has been said by more than one person.
Except for Mr. Moore, he told me that at times she would go without her phone, but from other people, yes.
And it's why you're good at your job. You preempted my next question, except for Mr. Moore. He said sometimes she would go without her phone. But most other people said never left her house without the phone, right?
Correct.
And we know that Emily Noble was known to take walks daily.
Correct.
And she loved to go foraging, right?
Correct.
We know that her often frequented foraging route is about a quarter mile each way from the house.
Correct.
We know from the data,
Foraging route, is this like Little House on the Prairie?
the 11th, the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, the 15th, the 16th. There's no times when there's over 1,000 steps. Right?
She's foraging for steel to help
You know what we
Runkle make
also
his
know
elf sword.
is that Celeste Grown on May 22nd went foraging, showing you Jeep, with Emily right along this route right here.
That's correct.
So you would expect to see, if Emily had her phone when she went foraging and went on walks, that there would be over 1,000 steps for May 22nd.
That's correct.
And you see that there is none.
Correct.
You also see that John Kramer indicated that he saw Emily going outside for a walk on 8 p.m. the day before he saw her leave the next morning, right? Do you remember that?
On 8 p.m. on Sunday the 24th?
That's right.
Yes.
Now, let's put aside John Kramer seeing Emily from 9 to 10 on the 25th. Let's focus on 8 p.m.
Okay.
At no point in time has John Kramer ever wavered from the 8 p.m. seeing her outside.
Not that I'm aware of.
So you would expect to see then, if Emily always left the house with her phone and she was going on a walk, perhaps steps over 1,000 feet.
Correct.
Now, I know that Emily has steps on her phone on these and other days in 60 or 90 or 100 or 200.
Correct.
Again, I'm not trying to be deceptive. I was just looking at the time period of April and May where there were 1,000 steps or more.
That's correct.
Also important because the house is about 800 or 900 square feet.
Yep.
And if I'm walking in the house with my phone, that's counting.
That's correct.
And that's 800 or 900 square feet. The yard would be counting if I'm gardening with my phone. So 1,000 feet was our measure for this demonstrative aid.
Correct.
There's no evidence to suggest that Emily had a second phone, right?
That's correct.
So when you hear things like Emily never left the house without her phone, one of the ways we could corroborate if she ever went on walks without her phone is to look the step data. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
I know on direct we talked about the 24th or 25th. But there is in your line of work something called like selection bias, right?
Yes.
Where you just narrow in on one particular, you're selectively picking a date or time or item, and you're not necessarily looking at the greater whole, right?
That's correct.
There's no doubt ever in your investigation that Celeste and Emily went foraging on the 22nd of May.
She went foraging,
That's
guys.
And not just because of Celeste, we know that because of the text messages back and forth between Emily and Celeste, do we not?
That's correct.
And this Emily would never leave without her phone is so important, is it not, as we consider John Kramer's initial statement that he sees Emily between 9 and 10 a.m. going for a walk on the 25th.
Yes.
Moving now to Matt Moore. And again, Your Honor, there is a date, and Detective, I just want to be clear, there's additional steps of 3,000 plus for April 2nd. That exact number, but it's 3,000 plus. Does that seem accurate?
That's correct.
I want to move now to just Matt Moore, and Matt being a target of the investigation. I'm going to show the jurors the clip during Matt Moore's interview on May 27th, where you and Detective Peachy are in the room with him, and he takes off his shirt.
Okay.
Ooh, he takes off his
I know
shirt.
that you actually leave the room when that moment happens, but I presume that through the course of your investigation, you reviewed it so they can see that take place.
She's a hunter-gatherer, guys. Give her a
Fair to
break.
say, much earlier on in the interview, he said, "Do you want to see if there's any scratches or anything?"
That's correct.
But then there's this moment where he actually takes his shirt off.
What's the exhibit on this? 71, 72? You go to.
We should mark it as a new one.
74, if you want to call it 74E, that's right.
74E.
Or I guess we put it on
No, I'll put it on. We'll mark this as Defendant's Exhibit X. And for the record, we are starting at 111:22. And I'm going to play it without sound, but just, Detective, if you could just watch. And if you could stop it, just to reorient the jury, that's Detective Peachy.
That is Detective Peachy.
Okay.
Detective Peachy. She's just a gatherer, yes. She's just a gatherer. He hunted her. Hunted and gathered. Detective Peachy. I guess he's not very keen. I mean,
Thank you.
all these guys' tattoos look like so basic and goofy.
Detective, I know the video speaks for itself, but you agree with me that Matt Moore takes his shirt off,
Yes, he does.
puts his arms out,
Yes.
Ooh.
then he turns around, and Detective Peachy even kind of gets close to his back there and looks.
That's correct.
And then at one point,
Caresses
Matt
his
goes
back.
like this to kind of push his hair back so that his face is seen.
Correct.
And offers at the end, does he not, do you want me to take my pants off?
Ooh,
Yes, he does.
so hot.
There's no scratches, see?
That's correct.
Just a gatherer, Aaron. You mean ungathered?
I noticed during your direct exam that there was two things you were asked about words that Matt Moore used that stuck out to you. And one of them was the word gone. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Thanks to the court reporter, after your direct examination, I asked her to pull a section of your testimony. And when you were being asked by Prosecutor Sleeper about why you collected the cell phone, you were asked, do you remember, why did you do that? And Detective, your answer was it not? To gain more information as to what exactly we had at this point. All we know is that she is gone. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And then there was the use of past tense, which you talked about in your direct examination, and that Matt used during his interview. But I wanted to talk about present tense, if verb tense is important. Because during the video that was played, he said things like, she has beers in the fridge, right? That's present tense.
Correct.
Sometimes she likes to sleep on the porch. Remember that?
Correct.
She likes to be outside.
Correct.
Right? She likes to forage. Do you remember those things?
Yes.
Those, none of those are past tense. That's all present tense.
Correct.
Right? You were also asked about whether or not he talked about a phone call he made to his friend Brian. We know from the cell phone records that there was a phone call that Matt Moore made on the 24th, right?
Yes.
And we know that because of the data shows us that.
That's correct.
And you were asked on direct about, did he tell you about that phone call? And you said no.
Correct.
But I want to talk about the things he did tell you that were consistent, that we now know based on independent evidence. We know that on the 24th of May, they were up in Butyl, Ohio.
Down south, but yes.
Down south.
Mhm.
Shows I'm from Seattle.
Oh.
Now everybody knows. Down south, right? And we know that GPS data puts Emily's phone in Butyl, Ohio at 9:39-ish a.m.
That's correct.
And then we also know, we have the picture, the photographic evidence.
Look at this photograph. Just look at it. Also, if you guys notice, there's nobody in the courtroom. That's pretty much how most cases go in America. There's nobody there. Just like direct family members and, other members of the prosecutor's office. But this is a common way of that happening.
March States Exhibit 93. This photograph is Emily Moore, and we know from GPS data on the 24th, so her birthday, in Butyl at the Springs.
Correct.
And we know that Matt Moore told you at law enforcement multiple times, we went there in the morning of the 24th to collect spring water. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And here's the photographic evidence of that.
That's correct.
And the GPS Apple Maps puts Emily's phone in Butyl.
Correct.
He told you went to his father's house, Palmer's house, after Butyl, and that shows in the cell data. Was it not?
That's correct.
He then tells you that they went home, that they quickly changed, and that they then went to 3 bars.
Correct.
He gives you the names of the 3 bars.
Got that day drinking
Colette,
on.
Old Bag of Nails, and Jimmy B's.
Correct.
You and your law enforcement officers go to each of those locations, and
I've been an
every
old bag
one
of
of those
nails.
locations is corroborated that Matt and Emily were there on the 24th.
Correct.
Eating and or drinking.
Correct.
That's corroborated, right?
Yes.
And we know now from the data, the extraction, showing you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit B, when comparing it to the other evidence, that Emily did in fact go on walks without her phone.
Correct.
Those are all things that match you.
Yes.
No, they're not, sadly. I just don't know if everybody realizes this is actually how it goes.
Something else he said that was noted.
Even for a murder.
It was paused, and it's about 2 minutes into his May 27th video, when he says, like, I didn't do it, man. I didn't do it. Remember? He says that? And you noted that as Mr. Sleeper said, why did that stand out to you? And you said, well, we hadn't accused him of anything.
Correct.
And I'm paraphrasing your testimony. I didn't pull it, but generally that was your sentiment.
Yeah, I'm not disputing.
I think it's really important, though, tell me if I'm wrong, that we look at and consider what, or more importantly, how Matt got to the police station.
Okay.
Okay. Because you would agree with me that he came down to the station voluntarily,
Correct.
but he was driven down in the back of a cruiser.
Correct.
Okay. And we know, because the jurors went on the jury view, that from 46 Abbey Cross to, what's that drive like? From 46 Abbey Cross to the police station. What's that?
Like how long is it?
Yeah.
I'd say probably just about a mile.
Okay, so like 5 minutes maybe?
Correct.
And he's being driven by which officer?
Officer Guy Serena.
And he's in the back of a cruiser,
Correct.
a marked cruiser.
That's
His wife is missing.
yes.
He's called 911, and now he's been asked to come down to the station.
Correct.
Before he gets in that interview room, tell the jurors how you get to that room.
Mm.
Generally, I mean, it's either the front door of the police department or the back door of the police station.
Okay, how'd you take Matt in?
I believe Officer Serena did.
Back door.
I don't know.
Okay, you would agree with me, to get to that room requires at least once, twice, a key card access card.
Correct.
Can't just walk up in there if you're in the public, and
Fair
can't
enough.
just walk out if you're in
Fair
the public,
enough.
right?
Correct.
And I understand that during the interview, you tell him that he's voluntarily there,
Correct.
right? But you, in the course of your experience as a detective, you would have to concede that riding in the back of a marked cruiser and being taken into a police department and being questioned by two senior detectives could be a stressful moment.
Yes.
And so it's then, after and under those circumstances, that he says that statement. Right? Within the first 2 minutes.
I didn't do it. Statement?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, you were shown a bunch of photos, or a bunch, withdraw. You were shown these photos of the cooler. Or do you remember those being shown during this trial?
The photos from like Officer Hollis's body cam.
The garage, right, where the
Yes.
cooler's moved.
Yes.
I understand that charges are ultimately brought by the state of Ohio.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
That was a very interesting discussion they were going down. Yeah, this judge doesn't appear to allow speaking objections, which does cause issues, but now they're at a sidebar. I think Diane's doing a good job. I don't know if this is going to be enough, but yeah, they are working their way through showing all the problems, showing that her GPS was working. We're going out and doing her foraging. I think it's hilarious. You live in Westerville, go forage at Whole Foods.
Detective, I'll move to the things, I want to talk about the cooperation that Matt gave. Let me go back, actually, to words that Matt used. Because I'm sure that you have encountered through the course of your work as a detective and also through the course of your work with juveniles that not everyone is super smart.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And there's kind of varying levels, right? Like super smart, really not well educated, not well read. Some people can't read or write, right?
Correct.
And when Matt Moore is writing out his handwritten statement, would you agree that he asks you how to spell memorial?
Yes.
He also asks you how to spell, is it court? What was a word that starts with a C. Do you remember what it was?
No, I cannot.
Okay. But he asks you to spell it, does he not? Like he pauses and he says, how do you spell that?
Couch.
Couch. I knew it started with a C. Thank you. He asks you how to spell couch because he's saying he goes into the second bedroom and sleeps on the couch. But you remember that.
Yes.
And do you also remember that as he's writing the statement, he's reading it out loud?
Yes.
As he's writing. So let's go back to the things that he did voluntarily. Now, I realize that you might say, well, he did those things, but anyone would do those things. But let's really talk about it. On the 26th, he signs consent to search Emily's phone.
Yes.
Now, not something he needed to do.
Correct.
He could have forced you to go get a search warrant.
Correct.
Right? But he signs consent and gives you the phone, right?
Yes.
He also tells you, quote, take whatever you need. And that's when he gives you the hairbrush and some other clothing of hers. And I think that shower cap that you mentioned.
Correct.
Same day, that's the 26th. He then later that day on the 26th, after you've gone, he calls, does he not, and says, I've located Emily's work laptop in the closet.
Correct.
Because you had asked, or you or law enforcement had asked, do you know where her laptop was?
That's correct.
And at that time, it was not known where it was. But then he calls and says, I found it.
Yes.
And an officer goes and collects it.
Yes.
And that's an evidence.
That's correct.
He gives, same day, on the 26th, verbal consent to search his Altima, the car that's parked in the driveway.
Yes.
Detective Peachy visually checks the trunk and he looks at the car and obviously Emily is not in the car.
Correct.
26, same day, he allows Sergeant Alloway to go up into the attic.
In the garage, yes.
In the garage. And I say he allows because none of us, right, have to, under the law, just allow law enforcement to come into the house if they don't have a search warrant.
Correct.
Right? I could say, I don't want you in my garage, go get a warrant.
Correct.
But he allowed law enforcement to search the house and search the cars and the attic, right?
Yes.
He also consented, and now I'm going to the 27th when he was asked, not just to look into the house again, but also through Emily's vehicle, which would be the Subaru. Do you remember that? That actually might have been on the 26th that he did that.
Yeah, I don't remember anything like that on the 27th.
Yeah, because the 27th was a search warrant.
Correct.
Right. So that would have had to have been on the 26th. If you remember.
That's why I paused, because
You're right. Then we know that he takes you to Defendant's Exhibit D. You know, he takes you here, right? Says this is the area that she loves to walk, right?
that's correct.
And he takes you also up this way, right? To show you that there's an area up here she likes to go?
No, we didn't go out on state. We actually went up, if you don't mind, up
No,
Crossings and then over to Ashbrook that way.
Over, sorry. So you go this way and then up here?
Correct.
And so these are different areas that she likes to forage.
Yes.
And then on the 27th, he goes to headquarters, gets in the back of that marked cruiser and is taken downtown for the interview.
Yes.
And then we've just seen from Exhibit X that he voluntarily takes his shirt off to have the detectives look at him to see if there's any scratches or anything like that.
That's correct.
Hasn't been mentioned, but you would agree with me that he voluntarily also allows for a DNA swab.
At some point, yes.
And a swab I think it's July 21st. Tell me if that date's wrong.
I don't know exactly, but it was later during the investigation.
And a swab is when law enforcement take essentially a big Q-tip.
Correct.
And they go inside your mouth and they swab the inside of your cheeks and preserve that, and they can submit it to the lab for a DNA profile.
Correct.
And he did that voluntarily.
Yes, he did.
Now, as the lead detective, we talked about trace, so prints, blood, semen, DNA, all those kind of things.
Correct.
Nothing, you would agree with me, nothing. There's no forensics to connect Matt Moore to the remains that were found.
They were checked for trace, but no trace was located.
In fact, the USB was also checked for trace as well, was it not?
Yes,
The USB cord.
that's correct.
And nothing there either, connecting him to those remains.
Correct.
No forensics within the house that indicate to you, based on your experience and training and expertise, no blood, nothing of that sort, right, of evidentiary value.
Correct.
We've got no eyewitnesses.
Correct.
We know that we have no surveillance because we went through the ring camera.
Guys are hilarious.
Et cetera.
Correct.
And we talked about, as a refresher, we talked about the bank accounts and the money piece. We know that there was a joint account and Emily had her own account as well.
Yes,
And in both accounts, there was roughly some $90,000.
roughly, yes.
And we know that there was the inheritance that
Ooh, wow.
Matt had from his mother's passing.
Yes.
And then just same question with respect to physical evidence, right? There's trace and then there's physical evidence. No physical evidence either tying Matt to the remains, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further. Oh, wait. Yes. Sorry. Ha! We got the gloves out. You thought you were going to get off scot-free.
I did.
I'd like to just open two items of evidence, and I've got a pair of gloves up there for you, showing you. We'll start with this. We will start with what is the men's Izod plaid shirt, and it's tag number 119846. And if I can give you a pair of scissors.
We need to get exhibit on
Oh, yeah. Sorry. This will be yes. One moment, Your Honor. I'm not used to doing bags of evidence.
Take over.
Yeah. I think, are we on? Why? Why? Exclusivity. I'll mark this as defendant's exhibit Y. And I know I don't have tape up here, but I do have the scissors to open it up. Detective, if you could, and it appears, does it not? We had talked earlier about protocol. When someone bags the evidence, they initial it, right? They label it. There's also a computer-generated tag on it.
That's correct.
And then on the back, if you see, there's a date of 8/5/22. Does it sound familiar that that's the day that I looked at the physical evidence?
That's correct.
And this bag was opened on that day, which corresponds with the date that's seen on the bag.
That's correct.
And it's sealed back up, and then there's some initials there.
That is my signature, yes.
Okay, so if you could open that up for the jury. Just putting on the screen, State's Exhibit 2. Detective, showing on the screen there, does this appear to be the same, at least in appearance, shirt as depicted in the photograph from May 24?
Yes, it does.
And if I could, this is a short sleeve shirt.
That's correct.
And remember, I had asked you about, when we looked at the physical evidence, if there was a mask inside, and you weren't in the room, but
Correct.
it does appear that there is a cloth mask
Yes.
in the left chest pocket.
Yes.
And I'm sure that law enforcement looked at the shirt for any like rips or tears or anything of the like.
That's correct.
And there was none seen or found.
Correct.
And this is indicated by the evidence label was located in the hamper in the second bathroom.
That's correct.
Thank you. I'll mark this as Defendant's Exhibit Z.
Yes, evidence ASMR.
Detective, could you read what that white tag says to the jurors?
Tag number 119848, case number 2020-000-12540. Description: denim skirt, room C, storage location AC. And then there's a barcode after that.
Thank you. And room C, as you recall it from the search on the 27th, is what room?
The master bedroom.
And if you could. Thank you. And do you remember when you watched the Hollis body cam? There was a point when Matt Moore went into the closet. It was like, this is a skirt that she was wearing last night.
Yes.
It is your belief, is it not, that this is the same skirt that was held up in the video?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
We ready, please?
Thank you.
My hand is back.
All right, just one moment.
Morning, Detective.
Good morning.
I want to talk first about, you were asked a little bit about some previous testimony that you gave.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what the nature of that hearing was?
It was a deposition out of a civil issue that had been going on between Matt Moore and Amy Thomas.
And you indicated that was in probate court.
Yes, sir.
Generally speaking, was there litigation ongoing about what happens to Emily's assets,
Yes.
including who ends up with the condo, the money, anything else, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
During that, you were asked about whether the area around where the body was found had been searched.
Correct.
And was the general area along the sidewalk and the eastern part of those woods searched during your investigation?
Yes, it was.
At any time were you or any other officer from the Westerville Police Department in the western part of those woods during this investigation before the remains were found?
No, we were not.
You were asked some questions about FMLA, or the Family Medical Leave Act, you call that?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of the circumstances under which someone can take FMLA leave?
I'm not well versed enough to provide a full explanation on it. No, sir.
You were asked generally about whether it can be taken if somebody has a physical or a mental disability.
Correct.
Remember that question?
That's correct.
Are you aware whether you can take Family Medical Leave Act if a spouse or a family member is the one that has a mental or physical disability?
I've heard that, yes, you can.
And are you aware whether or not Emily was required to go to counseling for Family Medical Leave Act?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Are you aware whether or not Emily was required to go to counseling in order to qualify for the Family Medical Leave Act?
I'm not aware.
You were asked questions about a traumatic brain injury that the defendant allegedly had at some point. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Did you, during your investigation, were you aware of where that had allegedly come from?
Yes.
And where was that, sir?
In New York State.
And do you recall any of the circumstances in which this traumatic brain injury was alleged to have occurred?
It was alleged to have occurred during a very severe car crash.
And when about was that car crash?
I believe 1986.
Did you reach out to anyone to attempt to obtain records related to that crash?
I did.
And who was that, sir?
The troopers from New York State.
And did you make multiple requests to see if they had any records related to this car crash in 1986?
I did.
And were you able to obtain any records relating to that crash?
No, I was not.
We asked a lot of questions about trace evidence. Remember those questions, sir?
Yes, sir.
Have there been cases in which you've used DNA evidence?
Yes, sir.
Objection is to relevance as to other cases.
That's background, I'll let him answer the question.
Can you tell us generally, when you've used DNA evidence, why was it important?
Objection as to other cases and why it was important.
To explain it in contrast to those cases to this one here. I'm sure in a couple of questions this will
You can
make
give me some
sense.
background.
Can you ask the question one more time?
In those cases in which you've used DNA evidence, can you explain why it was important in the investigation?
It's important because it essentially can tie a suspect that you have to a case, and they'll give it and the odds of frequency of it occurring, like 1 in 47 million, chance occurrence, something like that, to where we're able to use DNA in cases such as like sex offenses and stuff like that, where we don't have independent witness, any other corroborating evidence, it is just a very, very good piece of evidence for us to use.
Based on your training experience, would you expect to find my DNA in my own residence?
Absolutely.
Is there anything about trace evidence? Well, let me ask you this. Photographs taken from May 24th. You're familiar with those?
Yes, sir.
Did those photographs show Emily Noble and the defendant in contact with each other?
Yes.
Is there anything that finding Emily Noble's DNA on a shirt or other items from the house, would that tell you anything about your investigation in this particular investigation?
DNA coming from clothing out of her own house? No, it wouldn't tell me anything.
You were asked a lot of questions about different rugs and things or towels that were in the house.
That's
all those
correct.
questions. Did any of those, on visual review of those, was there anything that stood out that needed to be sent away for testing?
No, sir.
Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Part of what we do during a search warrant is obviously visual, I can't even talk anymore, visual examination of items such as that, just to see if they had collected blood, anything like that of that relevance. Detective Leckie also used a luminol type product just to verify that there wasn't any unseen blood that used to have been there on that item at one point that can no longer, be seen by the naked human eye.
Based on the search that occurred of the condo, was there any reason for you, your investigation, to send those items away for testing?
No, sir.
Were other items from the house checked for stains, specifically in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall anything about what was found in there?
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Were there sheets collected from the bed?
There were.
And were those sent away for testing?
Yes, they were.
And why was that, sir?
Just to see if there's any blood or any other items like that on.
And was there any blood found in those items?
No, there was not.
But those sheets that were collected were sent away for testing.
Yes.
You were asked lots of questions about John Kramer. Do you recall those?
Yes, sir.
And you were asked with regard to what specifically Mr. Kramer had told you.
That's correct.
Did Mr. Kramer tell you about observing the defendant smoking in the condo?
Yes, he did.
Did Mr. Kramer tell you about overhearing an argument?
Yes, he did.
Did Mr. Kramer tell you about seeing Emily on the night of May 24th?
Yes, he did.
And did he tell you that was the last time he was sure that he'd seen her?
That's correct.
And did he tell you that at that time that she was going for a walk?
That's correct.
Did he tell you that he was not sure that he had seen her the morning of May 25th?
Objection, Your Honor, you say?
Also statement. Go ahead.
Tiff, I want to talk a little bit about items that were recovered from the scene. You were asked a question about an e-cigarette.
That's correct.
Yes, and that was, why don't you tell the jury what you know about any e-cigarette or cigarettes that were collected as part of this investigation?
We collected 2 of them from the scene where her body was located.
I'm sorry, what was that again, sir?
We collected 2 of those e-cigarettes from the scene where her body was located.
You were asked specifically about one that was in her pocket,
Yes.
and do you recall when that was collected?
It was collected when she was taken to Montgomery County for the autopsy.
Yeah,
So one e-cigarette in her pocket of her clothing.
Correct.
this isn't really doing anything, I don't think, here.
That was located?
It's a little snoozy.
And where was that, sir?
It's not
It
helping.
was away from her body on right near a log, close to her left knee, essentially for placement purposes.
So near to the remains?
Yes, sir.
Would that item have been collected by BCI when they were processing the scene?
Yes, it was.
Well, there are two separate e-cigarettes that we're talking about. One located on the scene, one that was in her pocket.
Yes, sir.
Detective, you were asked questions about the body farm. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what was your understanding of their conclusion?
That based on the scene photographs that they examined, that the scene was consistent with a body that had been out in the elements for an extended length of time like that.
And were they able to offer you an opinion as to whether the body had decomposed in that area of the woods?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did the opinion from the body farm change your investigation?
No.
Why not?
I think if anything, it just reaffirmed the fact that we were still looking at that scene itself, and she had been there for an extended period of time.
Just to make sure I understand. So you're saying when she was there for a period of time, it was not your understanding that you're dealing with a situation in which a body decomposed elsewhere and then was moved into those woods.
Correct.
And so what kind of things are you aware of as being part of sensory observations with a body that's decomposed?
What things was I aware of?
As a body decomposes, what?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond his expertise.
I think you need to do a little more foundation.
Based on your training experience,
Mhm.
Are you familiar with bodies decomposing generally?
Yes, sir.
What types of things occur with a body that's decomposing?
Release of fluids. Animals sometimes can scavenge the body. Bugs, insects can all come along, and the body will essentially deteriorate almost down to nothing. It becomes almost like a mummified version of itself.
Is there a smell associated with that process?
Yes.
Based on what you received from the body farm, the body decomposed in that location.
Absolutely.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
A jury will disregard the answer given by the witness and not use it in your deliberations. Next question.
Based on what the body farm told
Good
you,
objection.
did you assign any significance to the fact nobody had smelled anything out there?
I think the most significant thing with that was the fact that I was surprised that no one had, based on people walking the sidewalk, cadaver dogs, essentially, stuff like that was probably the biggest takeaway I got from that at that point.
I want to talk about web history. Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as it was previously marked as State Exhibit 88. Does that appear to be the web history from Emily Noble's phone?
Yes, it does.
You were asked specifically questions about this. Into the forest I go to lose my mind and find my soul.
Yes, I
All
was.
that.
Yes, I was.
What was that, sir?
It is the link to a web page for someone to buy a T-shirt.
And on Exhibit 88 in the digital version, are you able to actually click on that entry and be able to see what happened, what that brings up?
Yes, you can.
Are you able to see right now me clicking on that?
Yes.
Detective, is what popped up there the website that was being viewed at that time?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I'd ask to publish this to the jury.
I'm sorry.
I'd ask to publish this webpage to the jury.
Okay. What is this?
This is clicking the link in State Exhibit 88. So I guess
88.
we call it 88A if it makes, we'll print it out. Detective, is that what Ms. Noble was looking at on February 24th of 2020?
That's correct.
Are you familiar at all with that phrase, into the forest I go to lose my mind and find my soul?
It's actually a quote. Yes.
And do you know who that quote is from?
Not off the top of my head anymore. No, sir.
In researching where that quote came from, does that have anything at all?
Objection, leaving, Your Honor?
I haven't heard the whole question
Well, he
yet.
said he doesn't know.
He doesn't remember the exact origin, but he can talk about what the quote
Well,
is generally
ask
about.
your question.
What is the quote generally about?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
The quote says-
How does he know? That's a statement.
Does this quote have anything to do with suicide?
Objection as to what it means.
Well, I need more foundation for him to answer that question.
Based on the cell phone forensics on Emily Noble's device, I couldn't.
Objection, Your Honor, as to what Emily thought this meant, but it calls for speculation.
Ask your next question.
In your review
Damn,
of
she is getting on it. Good
hundreds of
job.
web search items on Emily Noble's phone, did you find anything at all relating to suicide?
No, sir.
In your review of mid to late May of the defendant's web history, did you find anything relating to murder?
Of the defendant's device?
On the defendant's device.
Yes.
And what were those things, sir?
It was the Eric Gordon Peterson webpage and the Gallagher Navy SEAL killing 4 individuals.
Detective, you were asked questions back on Friday about whether or not the cooler in the garage was collected. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what the significance of the cooler was to your investigation?
It was significant because in the, I'd say about 2 hours time that Officer Hollis had been on the scene, Matt Moore made it a point to move that item in the garage and then on his own pointed it out to Officer Hollis that, oh, I just noticed this. And then he also made a statement that he hasn't touched it.
I'm going to show you State Exhibit 7. To reorient the jury, can you tell us what it is we're looking at here?
This is part of Officer Hollis's body cam video and that is Matt Moore walking in from the garage into the condo.
Now showing you State Exhibit 8. Tell us what is looking at here.
This is also a still shot from Officer Hollis's body-worn camera, and this is approximately 2 hours later after Matt Moore decided to point out this cooler and the extension cord on it to Officer Hollis.
And you recall if the defendant made any statements, first of all, with regard to that extension cord?
He stated that it's not normally there. Everything has a place, and that's not where that goes.
And
To be
did he
fair,
make
I
any
did too.
statements about how it got there?
He said he didn't know how it got there. He believed that Emily must have put it there because he didn't touch it.
And he told Officer Hollis he never touched it?
That's correct.
You see an object there in between the cooler and the orange box?
I do. It looks like a red Maglite flashlight.
And was that flashlight visible at any time when Officer Hollis initially was inside the garage?
No, it was not.
Detective, do you know what was inside the cooler?
He had opened it for Officer Hollis and showed him a bottle. I don't know if it was a plastic bottle or glass or what, but he showed him bottles of some of the spring water that they had collected the day before from Buckville, Ohio.
Were the contents of the cooler significant to your investigation?
No, not at all.
Was there any need for that cooler to be collected as evidence?
No, it served no evidentiary value of the cooler itself, no.
So then what is the evidentiary value of what we're looking at?
The bigger value of this is that Matt Moore is staging the scene at this point and lying to police officers, which in previous cases that I've dealt with.
Your Honor, objection is to previous cases or characterization about lying.
Yep.
Same.
Move to strike that.
Jury disregard the comment.
Mm-hmm. That was good job by her.
Detective, you were asked questions about the tents that Mr. Moore used during his interview. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
You were asked questions about whether he said has beers in the fridge or likes to sleep on the porch or likes to forage. Remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Were there times in which the defendant spoke in present tense?
Yes,
Were there times that he spoke in past tense?
absolutely.
And when were those times, sir?
When he talked about times that he had loved her.
What did you think when you heard that?
What did I?
Objection is to what he found.
Sustained.
Good job.
Did you believe, for the purpose of your investigation, that it was significant that he had spoken in past tense?
Absolutely.
Why?
Objection.
Sustained.
was-
We've established she thought it was significant.
Detective, you were asked one moment. Detective, you were able to review Officer Hollis's body cam.
Yes, sir.
You spoke to the defendant on May 26th at his residence,
Yes, sir.
and you spoke to him on May 27th at the police department.
That's correct.
Was the defendant's version of events or timeline consistent amongst those three different interactions?
No, it changed.
What changed?
Like, for example, the time that he got up in the morning. He told Officer Hollis that he got up at 10 a.m. and then he changed it to about 10:30. During the knock and talk, he told me he woke up closer to 11. During the formal interview, he woke up after that and probably closer to 12. And so just in the span of 48 hours, the story has changed 4 or 5 times.
Do you recall talk about taking a sleeping pill?
Yes, sir.
And was that
Sleeping
consistent
pills?
amongst the three different interactions?
No, it was not.
And can you tell us about that?
He stated during the knock and talk that he'd taken half an Ambien. During the cell phone forensics, his device had messaged Arturo Rugaroli in Las Vegas and made a statement that he had taken his sleeping pills and he'll be out in 10 minutes. And then during the formal interview, he can't remember whether he's taken a pill or not. Again, the span of just 2 days.
During those three interactions, the defendant provide statements about what he did overnight after allegedly waking up to go pee and going into the other room?
He had made statements that he went in the other room, got on his phone, had been on Facebook, might have sent some messages out, and then ultimately fell asleep until waking up later on during the day itself.
And was he consistent over the details of what he did and when overnight?
No, sir.
Were you on May 26th, did you receive communication from the defendant about these ransom messages or message?
May 26th or May 27th?
It was May 27th. Is that the date you recall then?
Yes.
Did you ask at that time for the defendant to provide his cell phone to you?
I did.
And did he voluntarily bring it down at that time?
He stated that he would take a shower first, and then he would come to the station 45 minutes later.
And did he?
No, he called me back a little bit later on and decided that he didn't need to turn his phone into me because he needed a device itself, and it was probably someone just trying to hoax him out of some money. So he wanted to just disregard it altogether.
At the time of your interview with the defendant at the police department, did he indicate to you whether or not he had gone back and reviewed the data on his phone?
Yes, he did. He
And
said
what did he tell you about that?
he was able to essentially provide a better timeline of when he had texted Emily's device.
Did you seize his cell phone?
Yes, we did.
And did you examine the contents of the defendant's cell phone?
Yes, we did.
And did the contents of his cell phone line up with the stories that he had given you about what he had done overnight?
Objection, Your Honor. This is his opinion.
Well, it is what it is. I mean, we have the story and evidence, right, counsel? And we have the data and evidence.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just go ahead and answer your next question.
Did that data match what the defendant had told you?
Not at all.
I have no further questions this time. Thank you.
You're right.
So I don't think that really did anything to score any points compared to the compared to the defense there, guys. Yeah, that was not impressive to me. Yeah, Stabby, I agree. He looks so different with the glasses in here. Looks like a completely different guy. Now we're up to
Just
Recross.
so I'm clear, what the link does is you click on it and you're able to see the interaction with the website.
The
Is that
website,
correct?
yes.
So the color black is checked. We know that Emily always wore black.
That's,
Right?
that's correct.
And the smallest size of the t-shirt is also checked.
That is correct.
And that's interaction with the website, is it not? Like she's going to buy that t-shirt.
Objection, call for speculation.
That's interaction with the website, is it not?
I'll permit that question.
I can't answer that because both of those are the first choices available. So I don't know if those were user selected or if it's just if you automatically go to the website and it is, because you have to have something set automatically where it just defaults to something. I can't answer.
You would agree with me that none of the other boxes are checked, right?
Yes,
You would also agree with me that this is a wooded area right here. Correct?
and that's a picture of a wooded area. Yes,
That's right. And you would also agree with me that she went to the website, looked at this t-shirt, and then for a number of seconds, which are on the cell phone reports, and then she actually an hour plus later goes right back to this, correct? To this website.
3 months before she went missing. Yes, she was on this website.
No, I understand how it doesn't fit into the state's narrative. I just want to make sure that we know that in February, within 90 some days, if we're looking at web history, that she's looking at this imagery, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Mark. I want to just go back to where you ended with not at all. That his story doesn't line up, not at all. We know what he said about the 24th and how they spent their time, and we know that that aligns with the cell phone data. I also want to just ask you generally, detective, and I think it's important because you were just asked about time. You would agree with me that the way we remember time, for instance, right now, without looking at the clock or your phone or your watch, do you know the exact time?
No, I do not.
What's your best guess?
11:43.
Okay. It is 11:50.
7 minutes.
So you're 7 minutes off, right? Because ways that we remember or know exact time or when we have our cell phones, perhaps, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we see a clock, right?
Mhm.
Or when we have, on the wall or we see our watch.
Yes.
But hypothetically, have you ever, and this was asked about time, so this is why I'm asking you this, in your experience, getting up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, that might be something someone would do without looking at their watch, a clock, or their phone.
Objection, call for speculation.
He was
Overruled.
Thank you.
I wasn't asked anything about him waking up in the middle of the night. That story seemed to remain pretty constant between Officer Hollis's body cam, the knock and talk that I conducted, and the formal interview. Those all seem to be about the same time itself.
Okay, because I thought you said at the end of your direct, did the data match with what the defendant said? And you said not at all.
Okay.
Okay, so it did. That did match, right? In addition to the other things. I want to just talk about the phone. You were here, obviously, when Detective Hollis testified with respect to the incognito mode and whether that appears or not. You were here for that testimony. Do you remember that?
Officer Hollis?
How?
Oh, okay. Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yes,
And you heard that it does in fact appear.
correct.
With respect to you asking for Matt's cell phone and him saying that he needed to keep it, just so we're aware, on the 25th, he gives the police Emily's phone.
That's incorrect.
The 26th, he gives the police Emily's
That is
phone?
correct.
Okay. When you ask him to come in, Emily's phone is in the police department's possession.
Correct.
So he has one phone to work from at that point in time.
That's correct.
His wife is missing.
Correct.
So if he gives you the phone, he's left without a phone.
Temporarily, yes.
You were asked about the cooler. This picture right here. Sorry. I want to show that. Here, I'm showing you the state exhibit 7 and 8. This is this cooler. You learn as you go. Just so I'm clear, this is State's Exhibit 7 or 8. The cord is on top of the cooler, correct?
That's correct.
I'm showing you what's marked State's Exhibit 8. The cord is on top of the cooler, correct?
That's correct.
And you looked inside the cooler.
I did not look inside the cooler.
The officers did.
Yes.
Yeah, because looking inside of anything that's a container might be important when a person is missing and you're executing a search warrant on that person's husband, right?
Correct.
I want to make sure that we understand each other. In between State's Exhibit 7 and State's Exhibit 8, around 1:15 mark in the video dash cam with Officer Hollis, do you remember when he tells Mr. Moore Emily's last scene in the garage?
Yes.
And then it's after he's told by Officer Hollis, is it not, that this picture, State's Exhibit 8, is taken. Right?
Correct.
So Officer Hollis says she's last seen in the garage. Hollis goes outside for a half an hour or so. Surprising to you that he might go to the garage and check things out if she's last seen there?
No.
You were asked about the web searches. I just want to make sure that we understand the Edward Gallagher and the other case, right? They're news stories,
Peterson.
right? Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Peterson, I think it's Pederson. Separate from those, because you were asked the question about, is there anything on his phone for murder? You would agree, would you not, that typing in the word murder was never done on Matt Moore's phone during the time frame when you have those records?
That's correct.
Typing in how to stage a suicide, never done on Matt Moore's phone.
That's correct.
Typing in how to hang or hanging, never done on his phone.
Correct.
Hyoid bone, fracture in the face, never done on his phone.
That's correct.
You were asked about smell and the UT Body Farms report and timing. I want to be clear about those two things separately. You have no reports from anyone in or around the area of Memorial Day that they smelled anything out of the ordinary.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Back to the body farm with respect to where the body decomposed.
Okay.
Maybe I should have been clear about my question. You would agree with me that there is no one through the course of your investigation that can say that the body began decomposing there on the 25th, right?
Correct.
Or May 26th, correct?
Correct.
Or May 27th, correct?
Yes.
or on and on. What we know is that the body was there for some time.
That's correct.
You were asked about DNA evidence. One of the benefits of DNA, wouldn't you agree with me, is that it has some integrity to it. Meaning that if there's DNA on the sheets, I can't just wipe it away.
That's fair. Yes.
Right. And sometimes, I'm sure you know through your training and experience and expertise, is that you can even wash some things sometimes and DNA doesn't go away.
I can't recall of a time that if you wash something that it didn't wash DNA away.
Okay. But DNA has some integrity to it, right? Like I can't just go like this and make it go away.
That's correct.
So with respect to the carpets and the rugs, whether or not they were submitted, we're not just talking about DNA. There's also the potential for anything that might look like blood, right?
Yes.
And blood is important when you're thinking about, was there a fight? Was there a struggle? Were there scratches, right?
Correct.
So back to the rugs or the towels, none of those things were collected as evidentiary value because there was no visual cues that something might even have blood on it.
Correct.
And the sheets were collected and those were submitted, right?
Correct.
And I want to go to this e-cigarette. There's one in her pocket,
That's correct.
and then there's one near her left knee. Do you recall that?
Yep. Close to the water bottle. Yes.
You would agree with me that the e-cigarette and the water bottle were within arm's reach of the remains as found.
Yes.
An e-cigarette at some point potentially goes in someone's mouth, right?
That's correct.
And you know from your training and experience, I'm sure that DNA can be found in saliva.
Correct.
There's no DNA connecting Matt Moore to either of those e-cigarettes, correct?
Correct.
Similarly, you were asked questions about would you expect to see DNA in the house? And I think I've covered that separate and apart from DNA, there's no serology, there's nothing blood-wise in the house.
There's nothing to indicate that it was a crime scene.
Right. Nothing to indicate that it was a crime scene. So then let's go back to the scene where the remains were found. Separate from would you expect to see DNA on clothing in the house is that the USB cord was tested for DNA, right?
It was.
And presumably there was knots in that USB cord. Was there not? At least there was at least one knot.
Correct.
And so obvious common sense question, to tie a knot requires me to hold the USB and maneuver it in such a way where my hands are on the cord, are they not?
Correct.
And the cord is tested and Matt Moore is not connected to the cord.
There was no DNA at all found on it.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions for this witness, then now be time to.
You know, guys, I think Minachi did a good job there going back through everything. I think she did a very good job with this guy and corralling him. So, yeah, this is not every judge allows this. So, I will, guys. Here's the deal. I will leave. I gotta go. Matt, if you don't mind, Parallax, you guys don't mind minding the store. I'm gonna have to get ready. I gotta get ready to go to court. I gotta be on the road at 12:30. So. Mookie, it all depends. Every judge can ask them if they want them. It's up to them.
Becky?
Great, thank you. All right, several questions, detectives, and they'll be out of order.
Okay.
So we'll be bouncing around.
Okay.
But during the course of your investigation, were you able to determine whether Emily's footprint count matched Matt's once arriving home? I presume that's on the 24th.
I'm going to presume that's the evening of the 24th as well. No, there wasn't a whole lot of health data on Emily's phone once she got back to the house itself. From going back from the timeline, it was never picked up. It really wasn't accessed or used. And, as we mentioned earlier, that, if you're walking around and your phone's not with you, it's not going to record health events that it would if you normally had it with you, where it could record those things.
Was any footprint count, step count from the car inside, from going from the car to the inside of the house? Were there any comparison ever done in that regard?
For comparing like Emily's step count with Matt's, just from going from the car into the house, no, there was never anything like that done. And to be honest, it's not a exact science anyways. So my phone could say 60 and yours could say 42, for example. And so even if we are comparing, we still don't have the technology isn't an exact science at this point. Much like how the GPS, it was close and gave you a good idea, but it was never truly 100% accurate.
And from your investigation, were you able to determine whether any pictures were taken on the 24th from Emily's phone, or were they all taken from Matt's phone?
The pictures in Cobley were from Emily's device, but once they got back to the house, there was no other pictures taken from either phone.
Again, from your investigation, was Emily found with her wedding ring on in September?
Due to the decomposition and you break down the human body and everything like that, the wedding ring was found at the scene. I believe it was found directly underneath her, just with the course of time and everything else like that, where you have clothing starting to fall off and, rings and things that would normally stay in place from day to day. Obviously, with the physical changes that are going on with the body, things can alter and fall off.
Were any video cameras checked from when Emily and Matt left the old bag of nails, showing that they left together?
That was Detective Smith that had looked for any extra cameras in the uptown area. If there would have been more, I guess, I don't want to speak out of school for him, but had there been any other video footage or anything like that, that would have obviously been something that we would have collected for possible evidentiary value.
Was a flashlight found in the vicinity of Emily when she was discovered in September?
No, there was no light source whatsoever, with no cell phone, flashlight, no mag light, no other sort of flashlight. There was nothing found in that area itself.
Was DNA attempted to be taken from both vape pens?
Yes, we had, I apologize. The one in the pocket, no, we didn't test for that, just due to the amount of decomposition and everything else going on, that obviously Emily's DNA could be all over that device because it's in her pocket for several months. The other one was checked and no DNA was located. No DNA at all was located on that device.
Your investigation reveal one way or the other whether they both belonged to Emily, the vape pens?
We are unable to determine that answer at this time.
Were there any prior checks written to Pulver or Rigoroli prior to May of 2020?
We couldn't find any other checks that had been written to either one of those individuals.
Did you determine whether Emily's alarm app was turned off manually?
No, I was unable to figure that out at this point. So no, all we have is that the 6 o'clock alarm and the screen lights up, but we don't have any other activity showing that the phone was unlocked or anything else at this time.
The flashlight in the garage that's been identified, were any fingerprints taken from that? Any is?
We did not fingerprint the red, I'm assuming the red mag light that was in the video footage. No, we didn't take any fingerprints or anything like that.
Was there any DNA of Emily's found on the water bottle or e-cigarettes if tested?
So nothing, again, for the e-cigarette itself. We did test the water bottle, and again, we're unable to get any sort of DNA on the exterior of that thing.
We've had evidence of certain devices that were obtained and forensically reviewed. Were there any other devices searched, such as iPads, laptops? Did they reveal anything?
So yes, Detective Peachy was actually the one to do the forensics on the computer, work computer, things like that. And there was no other items of evidentiary value located on any other electronic devices.
Yeah, you went to the scene on September 16th, correct?
That's correct.
Did you get any cuts or scratches on your arms or hands at that time?
I did not have any cuts, scratches, or anything else. And I also was wearing a short sleeve shirt at that time, and I had no sort of cuts or injuries.
Did your investigation reveal if anyone other than Matt used his phone prior to May 25th, 2020?
We don't have any other information suggesting that someone else would have used that device.
There's been some testimony about two cases that were accessed on the web. Two cases, I think, with Mr. Peterson and Mr. Gallagher. Did you have an opportunity to review the details of what that material reflected? Just yes or no?
No.
Okay. So you don't know what the details of the particular allegations were in those two cases?
That's correct. I do not know.
Okay. After Emily was discovered, was another search of the home done to establish where the USB cord might have come from?
No other search was done. I did reach out to his attorney about the USB itself.
During your investigation, were you able to determine if any electronic device cords were missing from 46 Abbey Cross?
We were unable to locate any sort of information like that.
During your interviews, was Matt ever asked if he recognized the USB cord that was found with Emily?
Your Honor, move approach.
Sure.
Of course, right.
Okay, switching gears again. Did you ever find out who sent Matt the ransom messages?
No, we did not.
Was Matt's number listed anywhere for people to contact him if they had news of Emily's disappearance, or was the police department number listed?
Matt's cell phone number was listed on flyers that were handed out.
Had Matt ever been told that a body had been found before going to the interview where he said, "I didn't do it"?
Actually, the opposite. We had to specifically tell him that no body had been found. We just wanted to talk to him.
All right, and switching gears again, regarding the body farm,
Okay.
questions about that. Is it your testimony that from your investigation, no one can say when the body and the remains got to the location where they were ultimately discovered?
That's correct.
I think this is an interesting question. Defense kept asking about the night of May 25th, morning of May 26th, when it came to people, hearing arguments, cameras, clothing, etc. Your same answers that you gave apply to May 24th and 25th.
That's correct. We don't have any other information to suggest any other arguments or anything like that otherwise.
Was Matt questioned about why his clothes were in the guest bathroom if he went to bed and made love in the master bedroom?
I'm sorry, what was the first part of the question, Your Honor?
The question is, was Matt's question about why his clothes were in the guest bathroom if he went to bed and made love in the master bedroom?
Very good question, but no, he was not questioned about that.
Okay, you're gonna have to dig to answer this question.
I don't like that.
There were 2 minutes between 9:44 p.m. text and the display turning on at 9:46 p.m. Is there any way to tell if the screen was manually turned on or automatically turned on? Like it should be mentioned.
No, the timeline just shows the fact that, it was turned on itself. It doesn't determine how it was done.
Okay, and I guess you've answered this question, and correct me if I'm wrong, regarding displays 11:54 to 11:56 and 2:58 to 3 a.m., same answer?
Same answer, yes.
Does the cell phone that was forensically reviewed show what activated Emily's speaker from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. May 25th, 2020?
No, I was unable to provide an answer for that for myself as well.
Did you find any devices of Emily's that used the same type of cord found at the scene where Emily was?
For the USB cord itself? Can you
yeah.
read that again from the
Certainly. Did you find any devices of Emily's, electronic devices, that used that type of cord, Matt or Joey or Emily, that were found at the scene?
Yes.
Was she wearing a bra and underwear when she was found?
No, she was not.
Was there any semen found on the sheets that were tested?
It's a good question. I can't recall that answer.
Good question.
Yep.
Good answer. All right.
Very good.
Did you find any used condoms or semen in the trash pull?
No, we did not.
And during your investigation, were you able to determine whether Emily was right-handed or left-handed?
I actually asked this question specifically to Amy Thomas, her sister, and she said that she was primarily left-handed, but would also do things such as golfing and stuff like that, right-handed as well.
Does that raise any questions for the state?
I'm still on. Detective, you were asked about whether there was a body found prior to the interview with the defendant at the police station.
That's correct.
When was the interview at the police station?
The interview at the police station was Wednesday, May 27th. and the body wasn't recovered until September.
You were asked a question about flyers that were handed out. Can you talk about those to the jury, please?
About the flyers having phone numbers on them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes. Flyers were handed out that had Matt Moore's cell phone number on it, and it said to also, or you can contact the Westerville Police Department, but there was no number listed that I was ever aware of.
And then you were asked about devices that used that type of cord. Can you talk more about what was found with regard to that?
So there were 3 old LG cell phones that were recovered from the residence, tucked away in a drawer somewhere without the paperwork. I don't want to specifically say which room it was in, but it was located in Abbey Cross Drive. And obviously the one end of the USB is the standard square USB that we all recognized. And then the other end itself would actually plug into those LG phones.
You don't recall specifically where those phones were recovered inside the residence?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
I have no further questions at this time.
Ben?
Just a few. With respect to the questions about the clothing that she was found in, I know when I reviewed the physical evidence with you, we looked at that black tank top.
Yes.
When I say tank top, though, would you agree with me that it's one of those tank tops that has a strap with like a little where you can adjust in the back?
Yes.
It's not like a loose, flowy shirt, right?
Correct.
And that's what Emily's remains were found in.
Correct.
And the wedding rings were collected in evidence.
Yes.
Want to just go back to you were asked about the Peterson or Gallagher. If you remember, the Peterson case was a random stabbing case. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
And do you remember that the Gallagher case was about a sniper in Iraq that was charged with killing people during war? Do you remember that?
I didn't read all the details, ma'am.
There was a question with respect to whether the alarm was manually turned off or not. I just want to make sure the jurors know that we had talked earlier about usage versus user activity. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If someone unlocked the phone, that would show up as user activity, would it not?
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, Len.
You may sit down. Thank you,
All
sir.
right.
Good call. Let's come back at 1:30. Remember the court's admonition. Have a good one.
So, guys, yeah, this is, I think, a great example of being able to finally see what happens when the court allows the witnesses, or the jurors to ask questions. Now, typically, how it's done is all the jurors have to write down their questions. Even if you don't have a question, you have to bring in you still rip out one of the papers out of your notebook. Oh, something might be going on.
Possibility of being able to stay late tomorrow. The state's expert, Dr. Smock, we need to have him testify tomorrow. We're a little bit slower than the schedule we thought we were going to be on today. And we just want to know if we need to start looking about the possibility of taking people out of order, or if it's possible the jury might be able to stay a little beyond 5 o'clock if necessary tomorrow. Just depending on.
Well, Smock, your witness, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we're trying to finish our case tomorrow if possible.
Who do you have left?
We have the
Presume the
3 women
coroner.
who located the remains. We have someone from BCI, 2 people from Delaware County Coroner's Office, Montgomery County Coroner's Office, our anthropologist, and Dr. Smith. So
That's ambitious.
right, so that's why I just want to see whether whether we're gonna need to think about taking people out of order or whether the jury can stay late tomorrow. So
Well, your order is yours. So however you wish to do it, I certainly have no part of that. So however you want to do that, if you need some agreement, that's fine as well, but certainly you present it as you wish. And we can follow your request. We'll ask them
Let's
about,
know what our options are. We can stay there.
okay, we'll inquire.
Maybe just inquire as to how late they go tonight. I mean, just to max the time.
Yeah, that's true too.
It wouldn't hurt anything.
Okay, we will, usually, we always ask them at the afternoon break. So we always ask the question, but we can ask them now if you like.
Yeah, if you'd ask about today and tomorrow, I think that'd be helpful.
Yeah, because then
Okay.
they can maybe make calls if they need to make it.
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, well, so that's done. So yeah, this is how jurors normally get to ask their questions. They get to, generally, each juror has a notebook. Especially in a case like this, they're allowed to ask questions. Generally, jurors get to have notebooks. When they do this, they all have to rip a sheet of paper out of their thing and write juror 1, 2, all the way to 12. In Ohio, it's a felony case, so he has 12 jurors. They all write down their number. And then if they don't have questions, they leave it blank. If they do have questions, they write them out. Now, some of the questions may be valid. Some of them may be asking questions on impermissible topics. They might ask questions that are hearsay. They might ask questions that are, that have prejudicial issues. So when you saw that the judge was going up there with both counsels, they were reviewing the questions and make sure they could be asked. One judge I was in front of who was big on letting jurors ask questions, you actually stated the questions of, is this, do you object? Do you not object? What grounds do you object to? And sometimes the parties may disagree and the judge would allow it. There were times where we both objected to a question, the judge allowed it. There were times we both wanted the question asked and the judge said no. There's any number of ways that happens. But it allows the juror to ask the questions because ultimately they are the finders of fact. So is there anything wrong with them asking questions? Not necessarily. Sometimes it clarifies issues. Sometimes you can tell the jury's lost. It all depends. So, Jim, this is actually a good question. I'm not sure why they allowed a jury to question witnesses when the burden's on the state to prove their case. Well, they're not. It's not necessarily bolstering the prosecution here. I mean, they were asking questions like, "Did you check this? Did you check that?" And it sounds like there are a lot of answers from the state where, "No, we didn't actually check that. We didn't actually do this. We didn't actually do that." So, it's not necessarily bolstering one side or the other. The jury's allowed to inquire, questions that maybe weren't asked, or they're allowed to inquire. Sometimes that's good. Sometimes it's bad. I've been in trials before when the jury's asking questions and you can tell they're already poking holes in the prosecution's case. There's other times where I can tell they 100% believe what's going on and you have to change it up. So it's actually good in a way. It gives you a preview of what the jury's thinking. This one, I think the jury is going to have some problems with, they didn't ask him why things happened a certain way. This was a lot of questions. Usually there's only a couple. This was quite a few, so it's very interesting. But yeah, like I said, it's kind of different strokes for different folks. Most judges don't allow it, so generally it's not really that big of a problem overall because most judges don't allow this to happen, so it doesn't become an issue. And yes, if you guys notice, they focused in on things that the detective never thought, like why were his clothes in the other bathroom? And the detective basically said, he's like, I don't know. He's like, I didn't ask. Now, sometimes that's good. They focus in on things that are critical, but sometimes, they're focusing in on why are the clothes in that bathroom instead of this bathroom. Maybe he always threw them in there, but is that really relevant to the case? I don't know. And I'm not really sure it is, but now one of those jurors, is kind of going down their own road, but in reality, they'd be asking those questions anyway in the jury room. So, it doesn't really, like I said, it's two-sided. It's a double-edged sword. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Now, if you guys are wondering how that works for the purposes of the record, those questions are preserved. So they're written out on sheets, and they're stapled together, and it's noted that these were the question asked for that detective, and those questions become part of the record. So those are exhibits from the court now, and they stick in the court file forever. If he gets convicted and there's an appeal, those questions become part of the appeal record. So in addition to reading the transcripts, the court will read those questions. They will go through them because now all of that's been transcribed and all of that's on the record. So they have the right to go back through and reread everything. So Jim, he was a little bit, but remember that's some of that's already hearsay or things that were already allowed in. So if he's already testifying using something that happened previously on direct or redirect or recross, then he's going to be allowed to keep using it. And also, that's that's kind of why he's allowed to answer those questions because he's already touched on them. And there's a reason why the jurors were asking that question is because he knew about it already. So just something to think about there. Just something to think about. So I'm about to hit in the car, guys. So I'll be back on in 1 minute. Answer some more questions. Sounds like they're going to be on a break for about an hour. So you guys won't miss me too much today. Tarkina, your question about they're asking about did they find anything regarding sex? Yeah, that's important, and they didn't find anything. But that, I think, really the answer the cops he tried to give an answer there. I think the real answer to this question is we didn't look. So I think that's the real answer there, and I think the detective lied a little bit. So I'm going to put this back down. I am here. I'm putting it like that. And I'll see you guys on the road in 1 minute.
Sorry about that, guys. I am back. Anyways, hope you guys can everybody hear me okay? Sweet Tooth, you're asking with no tie. No, I do have tie. It's just I generally put it on when I get there so I don't mess up. Mess it up if I'm drinking coffee or something. So I put on my tie when I get there. It takes me like I can put on a tie while I walk. I've been able to work on that for years now, so that's not a problem. Oh, thank you, David. I appreciate it. I try to provide as much commentary as I can. I mean, the idea, I think, law and crime, if they tried to strike me for saying I wasn't talking over the people actually testifying, I think would be a bit asinine. So I don't think that's an issue. But I try to provide it when there's dips and lulls in the trial itself. And like right now, I can also get rid of it by just not hiding the screen. That always takes care of problems as well. So yeah, I've been following this trial a little bit, and I mentioned this last week during the live stream. I know people in the area who have also attorneys in the area, stuff like that. This is not the most compelling case in the world from the state's angle. I mean, yeah, there's some to it, but and as Diane Menashe pointed out when they talked about these things that he had like Google searched before she went missing. One of them is Eddie Gallagher. He's a Navy SEAL who was accused of murdering a wounded insurgent by stabbing him to death after he surrendered. So this idea that that's at all, I mean, he didn't do that in this case. And back in 2020, when this all happened, yeah, that was kind of a big case. That was all over the news. So I'm glad she pointed that out because that's what I assume they were talking about. Yeah, that's not really a relevant case. It's not a guy who hung someone. He didn't hang his wife. So yeah, I wasn't really sure where they were going with those when they tried to bring him up. So he just looked at random stuff. There was no, like you see on a lot of this stuff, like how to get away with murder, how to fake a suicide, how to fake a hanging, stuff like that, which I think is good that you didn't see any of it. But yes, I know people and they've talked to me and they said this was not a compelling case from the start. So, so there isn't much of that there. But yeah, I mean, we shall see. I mean, it's the jurors. I don't think, based on their questioning, I can't tell if they're buying what the state is selling so far. But they're certainly not in, at least the ones who ask questions, they are not in the camp of Matheau Moore at this point. That might change. That could certainly change. But for now, I still think they got some work to do about convincing some jurors. Now, the one thing you guys heard when they mentioned the witness list that they still have to go, the state talked about an anthropologist. And the anthropologist is there to talk about, a coroner can tell you by looking at a body what happened, but looking at the bones, much the same way they can dig. angles. So they're probably going to try to explain the hanging and why it wasn't legitimate. But I'm curious to see how they can show it was like post-mortem, or if he hung her while she was still alive. I'm not sure which route they're going to argue. Although they could argue both. Either would be very interesting. All right, guys, hold on. I'll back right out. Now, let me know if this sounds better, guys. Um, Perfect. Gina just joined in. War son died the same way the summer before. Don't know if it's been brought up in here. No, I don't think we knew that yet. That's interesting. Well, maybe Moore did that one too, and he's just had really good practice. So let's see, where are we at right now? Good, I'm glad it's better. I'm surprised. I'm driving through like probably one of the best cell coverage areas around, so surprised they got all broken up on me like that. Now, I know somebody's probably going to ask this, and I don't know if you guys are going to. Well, you guys are probably going to ask at some point. If it's a bench trial, will the judge ask questions? Um, that's a bit of a sticky wicket. I've seen that happen before. Now, if it's a bench trial, I've had a lot of misdemeanor cases where the judge will ask questions of the witnesses before they step down, so they can figure out what's going on. But in a big felony trial like this, I don't know. D&D Princess. Oh, thank you. Yeah, they heavily investigated his son's death after his wife was found, and they definitely ruled that was a suicide. Okay, well, that's good to know. Well, if that were the case, that would entirely be excluded then, because that would be highly prejudicial. So, kind of look cool with both pictures of me on the screen. Thank you for that information. That is very helpful. I the state still has the coroner from Dayton, the coroner from Columbus, and then it sounds like they've got a couple of the anthropologists, and then the BCI is Bureau of Criminal Investigation. I think that's the person who ended up dealing with the body and initially taking care of it, but also it'd probably be the person who was transporting it. So that's going to be. Oh, well, glad you got to see it, Bubba. It's something else if you haven't seen it before. To say the least. Oh, D&D Princess, yeah, it is. It's nice that the jury's asking questions, but there are times I've been in a case before where we're at trial, and actually one of these times I was a prosecutor, and the judge was letting the jury ask questions, and every question the jury asked was inadmissible. They were touching topics we weren't allowed to talk about. They're asking things that were not relevant. So there were like 4 witnesses, and none of their questions were let in because they were not good. So it's actually really nice to see it happen. Because sometimes you don't get it. I will say the time where the judge didn't allow any of the questions in, they were good questions. They were asking things they weren't allowed to ask, which kind of sucks, but 'tis the way it goes. Because you may have a question, but at the end of the day, it's the defendant's right to a trial that's at stake. So. Sorry, guys, a little bit of rain. I kind of have to pay attention driving a little bit. So, hold on one second, guys. I know you guys just asked a question. Give me 1 second here. That's a good question, Tarkina. Can that prejudice a jury if their questions are denied? It won't necessarily prejudice them one way or another, but you can tell they get mad. So let's say after witness one, their question gets denied. When it's their turn again to ask questions for witness 2, they might write out a note saying, "Why won't you answer my questions?" And you can tell that juror is getting mad. But at that point, we ask the judge to remind the jurors, "You may ask a question we're not allowed to give an answer to." So generally, no, and it shouldn't. But yes, you're right. That is a concern because that juror might think, well, if they won't let me answer it, what is everybody hiding? But that's why we have jury instructors saying, unless it's talked about in the case, you shouldn't really be considering it. Yeah, it was a very good question. Very, very good question. D&D Princess, no, I was not able to. I've watched bits and pieces of it, and I've had people kind of down there telling me what's been going on. The odds of the judge dismissing this case are very low. The burden is, have you presented evidence where jurors could make a reasonable, could a reasonable jury convict based upon this evidence? And reasonable jurors could. So This will survive a motion to dismiss. There's enough there. That doesn't mean it's got enough at the end of the day. Then you also have to remember, judges don't like to take things away from a jury. If they can let the jury acquit the guy, it's far better to do that than dismiss it. They much would rather do it. So, always a way that any judge would rather do. Now, obviously, Matheau Moore doesn't care, and he just wants the case to get dismissed by any means possible. So, he doesn't care how it happens. But the judge definitely does. So, Lincoln Rittenhouse, yes, but remember, I've said this before. Judge Schroeder was a pussy. He would not dismiss it. He is not a good judge. He could not be trusted, so he wouldn't do that. I would never trust Judge Schroeder to do the right thing. Man was a coward. So, yeah, sorry I said it like that, but the man really was a coward. I went in the court and almost run someone over. That's great. And I said, run the block. Great. Um, Leo, Leo's mommy. No, not this judge. We're talking about Judge Schroeder and the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Yes, this judge is very good. I forget his name right now. But yes, the attorneys I know that are down there, they like dealing with this judge. He's a very good judge to be in front of. So, he's very fair. So, all right, guys. Well, I'm about to head in the parking space right now, and then I'm heading into court. Like I said, I'll be back probably around, hopefully, 1:45, 2:00, and then hopefully I haven't missed too much from there. So I will see you guys in a little bit. I'll put the screen back on the trial though, so you guys can watch what's going on. All right, you guys can watch the screen of nothingness. Here, let me fix that. Layout. There we go. Done. There. And I'll leave that up for you guys. And I will see you guys in a bit.
east to west. I heard your testimony that there was so much brush and vines and thicket that it was hard to walk through. Is that right?
Yes, but not from that point to that point. It was just,
Let me clear it and you show the jury more.
so this part right here.
Okay, so as you were walking up towards the remains, right? That's when things became really thick and dense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I realize that you're coming from this direction, is that right? And this was pretty open.
Yes.
And then let's say I'm walking in this direction, just like the three of you were, or even walking from this direction and walking in that way. There's a point where it gets very thick and dense, and you testified on direct that it was hard to walk through.
Correct.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, you even said you were basically on your hands and knees to get through. It was so thick, right?
Yes.
Nothing further.
As those areas?
No additional questions, John. Thank you.
I got a question for you. At any time after you got into the thicket and the briars in that area, did you receive any scratches or bruises or tears or anything?
A lot of burrs on my legs, on my pants. We wore long sleeve shirts and long pants. So
Okay.
just a lot of briars and weeds and things like that.
Okay, thanks. Then we eliminated a question. Any questions you have, go right ahead.
I am so sorry, guys. I got stuck.
No questions? Okay, may sit down, thank you. Call your next witness.
Just gonna call Susan Sexton.
I'm sure there's like green screeny on here. A little too bright. So I'm sure that was enthralling testimony, everybody. Yeah, sorry, guys.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
And can you state your name, spell your last name for the record, please?
My name is Susan Sexton, Sexton.
A lot of sex.
Where do you currently work?
I currently work at Columbus Metropolitan Library, the New Albany branch.
Do you live in Westerville?
I do.
How long have you lived in Westerville?
We have lived in Westerville for the last 6 years. However, I grew up in Westerville, so most of my life has been in Westerville.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little bit. I know you're used to being in a library, but you know someone by the name of Lisa Gordish and Sherry Reynolds.
I do.
How do you know her?
I've been friends with Lisa for over 30 years. Sherry's her sister, and I've known Sherry for almost as long.
Okay. And are you known as their creaking friend?
I am.
Okay.
She a little creepy.
Do you know someone by the name of Emily Noble?
Yes.
And had you ever met Emily Noble?
No.
How about
I met her body.
Matheau Moore?
Yes.
And have you ever met Mathew Moore?
No.
Is your only knowledge of those two individuals just based on being involved in the searches in this case?
Yes, that's correct.
So let's fast forward and talk a little bit about that. How did you first become involved in either the searches for Emily Noble or being involved in that process?
Sure. So Lisa had reached out to me and said that there was a woman missing from Westerville, somebody that she had gone to high school with, that she had known, and she was interested in being a part of some of the search groups that were getting started. Asked me if I may at some point be interested in doing that, and I said yes.
And from that point forward, did you become involved in some of the searches?
I did.
Do you know ballpark how many you were involved with?
Yes, 7.
And generally speaking, those searches you were involved with, how were those organized or how did those work?
Basically, I'd get a text message from Lisa saying that, well, in the beginning, it was a little bit bigger group than the 3 of us, but it was still a small group. And I got a text message saying we were going to go search an area that had a creek bed or water. Would I be interested in going? And that's how I get started.
Do you want to see a body?
Did you tag along to help with some of the searches with your 2 friends?
Yes.
D&D, she's the one who actually found the body, though.
September 16th of 2020.
Yes, I was.
And I'm going to direct you here to what's been labeled Defendant's Exhibit D. Do you recognize that area?
I do.
And was that the area that you were assisting with the search on September 16th?
Yes, it is.
Had you previously been to this area during any of the searches that you were previously involved in?
No, I had not.
And walk me through then, so on September 16th, who was with you?
I was with Lisa Gordish and Sherry Reynolds.
And do you know about what time you would have sort of come to this area and would have started walking around?
Yeah, I believe it was around 5:15, 5:30. 5:30, I think, is what time we ended up at the park.
The screen there in front of you, you can sort of draw on. So if you can
Sure.
kind of identify to me where the 3 of you first started.
It was somewhere in this area that we started. We actually started from this area. It was we had parked in an area behind businesses off of McCorkle. So we had walked to the path from this area and started walking this path south.
Okay, so just to clarify that, you sort of walked from this area down south, down the bikeway?
Yes.
And as you're walking south, are you staying on the bike path or explain to the jury how the 3 of you were walking down south?
Sure. So as we first came in, we decided to go ahead and check this area, which was to the east of the bike path. And there's a little bit of a creek bed along that area. So I got my feet wet, started going in and just started looking. And we came up this way. I think we then came up to the path and the 3 of us started coming into the woods this way.
Now, were the 3 of you together? Were you fanned out? How were the 3 of you situated as you were walking?
And once we entered this area, we were all together until probably about here, maybe a little further.
And once you get to sort of that area, that eastern portion,
That's a bit of a
how would you
schnoz.
describe that piece of the woods, that area?
This whole area from here to here is pretty sparse. It's you can see people several feet in front of you.
My God, did she glue those glasses to her face? Jeez Louise.
It was easy to kind of clear it and look, and yeah, it wasn't too hard to get through.
Okay, so once you're located, the 3 of you are located there. Where did you go next?
So at this point, Lisa and I were walking this way, and I believe Sherry then started heading a little west. We pushed through south further, and Lisa and I did, and Sherry continued kind of in this area.
So now that we're in this sort of southeastern portion of the woods, how would you describe that area of the woods?
At this point, we could still see each other, but it started to get thicker just as we turned to go west.
Okay, and did the three of you start walking in a westward direction?
Yes, by that point, Lisa and I were further south from Sherry, but we all started to walk west.
So what happens when the three of you start walking west? Does the woods change at all? Do they stay the same? Explain that to me, please.
So we had stopped just short before turning and going in that direction, and it was still, it wasn't too thick. As we started going west, it became increasingly thick with trees, branches. It was very hard to get through. I had 2 poles that I was using to kind of work my way. I still had Lisa in my sight, but it was a little harder to see her, and we would kind of communicate just to know where each other was.
So you're still somewhat close to Lisa?
Yes.
What about Sherry?
Sherry was out of my sight at that point, but we could still hear each other.
And what happens as you continue to go west?
So by this point, Lisa was ahead of me, and I was getting to the point where I couldn't see her much. And I was just struggling, trying to get through branches and trees, and had to kind of crawl over. And then I heard Lisa. She called out my name.
And did you eventually find Lisa?
I did. I was covered in burrs by the time I got to her because it was hard to get through all of the trees to get to her.
Now, can you sort of draw a little X, that area of where you, if you know, where you think Lisa and you were situated at that point?
I can do my best, yeah. It was roughly there.
Okay. And what happened? What did you see when you finally found Lisa?
By the time I got up to Lisa, she was standing between me and a large tree that was down. I had said before I reached her, I said, did you find something? And she said, I believe I did. And when I got to her, she said, I think she said, what is that? Or pointed. And I carefully got over the tree and stood right in front of it and just looked. And then that's when we saw what we were trying to figure out what we saw, which ended up being a body.
I'm going to show you what's been labeled Defendant's Exhibit AA. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
And is that what you were just attempting to describe to the jury?
Yes, it is.
Where is Sherry at this time?
By this point, we had called out to Sherry and could only assume she was on her way. She arrived a few seconds later.
Eventually, the three of you all stand sort of in this location?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And did any of you take photos of what you had found?
I did, yes.
Okay. Was that something different than you would normally do on your searches?
No. In fact, we did take pictures on a few of the other searches because we had found bones, which turned out to be animal bones.
Now, once the three of you are there, what happens next?
I moved directly parallel to the body and told Lisa I was going to kind of position myself directly, kind of in a way that I could get a better look from the right, the left. I never moved closer. I wanted to make sure that I remembered that I was seeing what I was seeing, and then I could remember it.
Okay. Did the three of you get any closer to the body?
No.
Did the three of you touch the body in any way?
No.
Okay. At some point, did someone call the police?
Yes. Just a couple of minutes later, Lisa had called 911, right, and we were all standing next to her.
Okay. Did the three of you stay together during that whole time, or What happened once 911 was called?
Right. So we called 911 together. When we got off the phone, we were instructed by the 911 operator to send somebody up onto the street. And Sherry went up out of the woods just a few steps from us, went out of the woods and waited till police arrived. And then the police came and asked us to come out.
And at that point, were the three of you all along, I'm going to put an X there, right around County Line Road?
Yes.
Okay. When you were up on County Line Road looking into the woods, could you see where the body was located?
No.
Did you have contact with officers from the Westerville Police Department at that time?
Yes.
And what did you do with them?
We were asked to write a written statement of what we saw, and were asked if we had taken any photos. I had, so they asked for our phones, and we were talked to by a couple of detectives and police officers.
Just one moment. I'm going to ask you this question because I know it's forthcoming. So as you're walking east to west, you were describing that area of the woods and how it changed.
Yes.
As you were walking west, crawling through everything, did you get any injuries, scratches, anything of that nature?
No, but I was covered in burrs from head to toe. I was wearing a baseball cap, and the top of my cap was covered. My clothes were covered. Everything was covered. I was wearing long sleeves and jeans, so I didn't get any scratches.
What about when you were in the woods there where I marked, and then you walked up towards County Line Road?
It was steep. It was steep getting out, so it was a little tough getting out. But no, I didn't sustain any scratches or anything.
No further questions at this time. Thank you, ma'am.
No, you don't. Thank you.
All right, any questions? Thank you very much. You may sit down. All right, next witness.
State will call Agent Chad Holcomb. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Chad Holcomb, Holcomb.
And Mr. Holcomb, how are you employed?
I'm currently a special agent for the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
And what the heck does that mean?
So we work under the Ohio Attorney General's office. We are a law enforcement agency. We also at BCI have an identification section, a lab section, investigations. I'm investigation section. So we're law enforcement. We have a bunch of different units, and we are an assisting agency. So we get requested in by local jurisdictions to come in and help them with their case. And we can do as much or as little as the local jurisdiction would like us to help out with.
And so you are a law enforcement officer with the state.
Correct. I'm a sworn law enforcement officer. I actually went through the police academy right here in Delaware County.
And what kind of educational background do you have prior to joining the Attorney General's office?
So I have a sociology degree from Ohio University, a high school degree from Dublin High School. And then recently I completed my master's of business administration through Tiffin University.
And what did you do upon graduation?
After graduation, and actually a lot through graduation of college, I worked at Channel 10 as a production assistant.
And then at some point you decided to become a cop?
Logical career choice, I think. My dad's a retired police officer, so it's in my blood. I've been around it my whole life.
And then when you decided to make that leap, did you have to go through additional training and education to become a law enforcement officer?
Yeah, so right when I got hired at BCI, I had to attend the police academy. So that's when I attended the police academy through Delaware County Sheriff's Office.
And then in addition to the police academy, have you attended any other trainings for your position?
I have. I attended the National Forensic Academy, which is a 10-week, 400-hour program in Knoxville, Tennessee, about 2 years ago. And I have a lot of different certifications as well.
And what is the National Forensic Academy and what do you learn there?
So at the NFA for short, we lived in Knoxville, Tennessee for 10 weeks. We learned everything from photography to bloodstain pattern analysis to bombs and explosives, shooting reconstruction. We also spent 2 or 3 days at the body farm learning how to dig up clandestine graves as well and document and preserve the evidence.
And have you received or achieved any certificates? That's the word I'm going to use for your role as a special agent.
Yeah, so I'm a master criminal investigator and a master evidence technician through the Ohio Peace Officer Training Academy. And I'm also a certified crime scene investigator through the International Association of Identification and the University of Tennessee's Law Enforcement Innovation Center.
And so with that training and background, what is your role now at BCI?
So I've been at BCI for 7 years next month. For the past little over 3 years, I've been assigned to the crime scene unit.
And what did you do for BCI before you were assigned to the crime scene unit?
I was a criminal investigator in our heroin unit.
And I want to focus though on your time working for the crime scene unit. You said that's roughly 3.5 years at this point?
Yeah, 3.5 years.
And what are some of the routine things that you do as a crime scene investigator?
So once again, we're an assisting agency. So if there's a crime that needs crime scene processing, the local jurisdiction can call and request me to come out and process the scene. I do deal with also involved shootings, homicides, question deaths, sexual assaults, and I will go out and process the scene, collect evidence, preserve it. So one, the detectives can go out and follow up leads and interview people, but I also have a lot of experience in processing these scenes. So I know some things to look for and I have all the equipment I need to process the scenes.
And so how many scenes have you processed, do you think?
So I looked at my Excel spreadsheet. In the past 3 years, I have been involved with about 175 crime scenes.
And have any of those crime scenes been homicide investigations?
Yeah, roughly about 50% of my caseload, right about 80 to 85 cases have been homicides. And those aren't just a single homicide. They can also include doubles, triples, and my one quadruple that I've had.
And so when you arrive at a crime scene after you've been called out, is it considered your scene?
So I am responsible for like the integrity of the scene. So as you see on TV shows, the crime scene tape, I try and limit who all goes in there because I don't want any evidence to get destroyed before I can collect it.
And tell the jury a little bit about how it is that a local law enforcement agency can request BCI to come to the scene.
So it's usually after some sort of crime. The locals will talk about, do we need BCI assistance? Then they're determined yes, and they call our radio room, which is 24 hours a day. They will call the radio room, tell them what's going on, and then the radio room will contact the supervisor that's on duty at that time. The supervisor will then call the local jurisdiction, see what they got going on, see if it falls under our criteria for us to respond. And if it does, my boss will then call someone like myself to respond to the scene.
And so what, do you kind of have a process you work through when you arrive at a scene?
Yeah, so every scene is, I don't want to say the same, but my process is all the same. The first thing we're going to do is do an initial walkthrough. I want to see what I have going on. I need to see if I have all the tools that I need, because some agents have different things on their truck than my truck. And I also need to see, do I need more manpower? Because the old saying, the call you get isn't necessarily what you're going to. It's very true. what I could be told might be completely different from what it is when I get there. So I need to see with my own eyes, do an initial walkthrough. And that's how I start every single crime scene.
And so you mentioned a truck. What is this truck you're referring to?
So it's my big BCI crime scene truck. It's currently parked outside. You've probably seen it on TV. It says Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, crime scene unit. And that is my mobile office. It goes home with me. So right when I get called out, I can jump into it. It has everything from packaging materials to a 3D scanner to crime scene tape. Anything I need to process scene is pretty much in my truck.
And what are your most reliable tools in that truck?
The thing I use the most is a camera. I was just on a scene this past weekend where all of us, there are 3 agents, we took 2,200 pictures. That is my most reliable thing because obviously you guys can't go to the scene. I need to bring the scene to you guys so you guys can see what it looks like. So I use my camera a lot, and I also have a 3D scanner, which collects measurements. It's kind of laser. It shoots out, and I can create diagrams, get measurements, and then just all my packaging materials that I put evidence in.
In your experience working 100 scenes or so, have you ever worked with cadaver dogs?
I have.
And are they a reliable tool in your experience?
I've used cadaver dogs probably 3 or 4 times in my career, and I've never had success with them.
Now, Special Agent Holcomb, I want to turn your attention to September 16th of 2020. Were you dispatched to a scene in Delaware County, Ohio?
I was.
And tell the jury how it came to be that you were dispatched.
So like I said before, the local jurisdiction, which was Westerville PD, had a scene that they wanted BCI crime scene support. So they called our radio room, talked to my supervisor, and then he called me, dispatching me to County Line Road in Westerville.
And can you give the jury the exact location that you responded to?
I believe it was Crossings Road and County Line Road.
And is that located in Delaware County?
Yes.
And did you receive any information before you got there?
Yes. My supervisor told me that there was a female in the woods, and it was believed to be Emily Noble at that time, even though it was not confirmed.
Had you had any knowledge of Emily Noble prior to being dispatched to the scene?
Just from what I saw in the news.
And when you got to the scene, can you tell the jury what time it was?
I believe I arrived on scene a little bit before 9:30 p.m. and I started processing officially the scene at 9:32 p.m.
And did anyone else arrive with you?
Yes, I also had another agent, Asia Chung, was with me as well.
And when you arrived to the scene, can you describe kind of, not when you go into the woods, but when you first get there, what do you see?
There was a large police presence there. Police presence, there was fire department trucks there. A lot of emergency lights were on. There was a strong media presence as well, and just civilian onlookers were there as well.
And so did you begin your process then that you previously described?
I did.
And what was the first thing that you did?
So like I said before, I did an initial walkthrough with myself, and I believe the coroner investigator, Carlson, at that time. We went down through the woods to, once again, see what we had and see if I needed any additional resources.
And did you also have your scanner with you?
I did.
Now, describe when you made that first initial approach. And you said you got there about 9:30 p.m.?
Roughly.
What was the weather like? What was the lighting like?
It was dark. It was September, so, it was getting later in the summer. It was a little dark. Wasn't rainy. Was decently warm outside.
And was there lighting already set up when you got there, or was it pitch black?
There was lighting down in the woods where her body was located at.
And so you walked down there with Investigator Carlson?
Yes.
And who is he again?
He's the coroner investigator for Delaware County.
And as you describe your walk towards the remains.
So there was crime scene tape around it, and one of the detectives, and probably Mr. Carlson, told me this is the best path that we found to get down to the remains. So I believe I probably followed Mr. Carlson down to the remains since he had been down there before.
And that was off of County Line Road.
Yes, ma'am.
And so after you made that initial approach, what did you do next?
So then, just like with any other crime scene, I'm going to pull out my camera and take overall photographs. I want to show the scene as it was upon my arrival, so it can show what it was like when I started processing. So I took photos from the roadway and the sidewalk area, and then just ever so slightly, you know, a couple steps as I'm going down the woods, take pictures just to show the path that I took down to the body.
And Chad, can you give the jury kind of an idea how many photographs did you take in this case?
I'd probably say around 150 to 200.
Your Honor, just for purposes of the record, we are making a digital copy of all of those photographs. But we are we're going to present some. Thank you. All right, and now, Agent Holcomb, you've had the opportunity to review printouts from the state of Ohio of your photographs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and I'm going to hand you what's being marked as 108A, B, C, D, E, and F. Just a minute, if you can look at those, and it's your initials at the bottom of each of those pages.
They are.
So you previously looked at those, and those are a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury?
No objection. I have also been shown these in advance, Your Honor.
In placing States Exhibit 108F on the overhead.
So that's going to be one of my photographs. You can kind of see the curb on the bottom right-hand side showing the wooded area that I'm about to walk into.
And this area right here, is that County Line Road?
It is.
All right, and then if you can, your screen is actually like a marker. If you use your
Okay.
finger, kind of show the jury where it is you go in.
I believe I went in somewhere right around that area.
All right, I'm going to place on the overhead States Exhibit 108E.
So there's a closer photograph of the area I walked into, which was right there where I circled.
Can you get the screen clear? I'm thinking clear. Thank you. And so do you take photographs every couple feet as you're moving into a scene?
Yeah, and especially in this instance, when the body is located deep inside the woods, I want to just photograph every couple feet, or if there's something of significance I want to photograph, I'll just keep snapping photos as I walk down.
And 108D.
So here is the clearing you can see as the path that I took down. You can see the crime scene tape. So this is right as I'm getting ready to walk into the wooded area.
B.
So here is, I'm now past the crime scene tape, just a photograph of my path down and through the woods.
C.
Here's another photograph of the wooded area. I believe I'm going to walk this way to the left. If you see the yellow right there, that is a portable light that was set up before I got there.
108A.
So there is the yellow light that you can see, and you can see in the distance in the middle the remains of Miss Noble.
Now, you indicated before that you have a scanner that will take measurements.
I do.
And were you able to measure the distance from County Line Road to the remains that were found at the scene?
Yes, so I actually couldn't use my scanner in that situation just because of all the trees. So I just used the classic tape measure to measure that. And it was 65.5 feet from the curb to the remains.
Your Honor, I see that it's 3:30. Would you like to take our afternoon break? That's fine.
For you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our mid-afternoon break. We should pretend we'll get close. Remember to report that minute.
Sorry about that, guys. Had to take care of something real quick. Jeez. Yes, I did. Something had to come away from the phone real quick, guys. Sorry about that. Oh. Yeah, I know, but I'm back now, so they can eat my shit. I appreciate it though, David. That deputy needs a diet. I bet he does. So I know they just got done with the BCI agent, so they have their I'm so late and gay, but as the judge a hottie. If you like old white guys in their 60s, then yes, he is a hottie. Just well, no, but I believe now at this point it is going to be closing out with their they'll damn it. They will be closing out with their coroners and their medical examiners. So that'll be the end state going forward. So that's going to be what's going forward on these guys here. Oh, David, today you learned that Westerville's Yeah, the good part of Westerville's in Delaware County. Well, hey, like I said, and if you like that stuff, then this is your guy. So, but yes, Westerville is in Delaware County to an extent. So, yeah, the nice parts, at least. Sorry, gotta dismiss all these fucking warnings on YouTube. Okay, content. Do. So, do you guys have any questions about anything I could try to answer in the meantime? I know there were some issues about having these ladies come on and talk about the body they found, but it is important because they're the ones who found it. They have to show, did they touch it? Did they mess with it? Because that's part of what the defense is going to bring up was the crime scene contaminated. Did people mess with it? Did they touch it? Any number of things there. So I know there was some disappointment earlier about that. There's a good part of Well, there's better parts of Westerville. I mean, it's not like you're living in Hilltop. No, it's a very circumstantial case. Yeah, did they poke it with a stick? Did they do anything that causes problems? Any number of things they could have done. It is entirely appropriate for those questions to be asked. You know, we're just asking questions here. So, anyways, I gotta get all these members listed. Hmm. So, let me see here. Yeah, but that's enough at times. Isn't poking bodies with a stick SOP for dead bodies? I mean, if I'm doing it, yeah. If I find a body, I'll probably poke it with a stick, but not for everyone. Not for everyone. If she was covered in burrs and Moore wasn't, wouldn't that help his case? It does, but you have to be careful about how you ask that. Because she could, she may have taken a more, if she's part of a search party and they're looking hard, they're going to be part of when you search to the areas you wouldn't normally walk through. You search to the hard things. You go through the brambles and thickets. So it does to an extent, but if there's a way for him to walk in and out of there cleanly, that's not helpful. But that's something you probably bring up at closing. So, yes, please only use a stick. Yes, only a stick. They frown upon other things. Yes, and that's true, but that happens like in every case. That's the crappy part about that is the crappy part about if you say something, and that's part of the reason why you do not talk to the cops. There's very little you're going to say that makes you look like a good guy. So I've said this before. It's like I keep saying it. Do not talk to the cops. If I got to clap it, like, do not talk to the cops. Please do not. Please do not. Do not talk to them. Do not talk to them. No, there were no real scratches on him or anything, and they noticed it. And the cops also noticed they did not have scratches on themselves either when they found the body. They got through it without any issues as well. So that does help him. The fact that cops didn't get all banged up. Although if they knew where they were walking to, they could pick and make their way around. But yes, overall, it does help him. Yep. They always take anything you say in the worst possible way. That is correct. JC, clap, clap, clap. Yes. Oh, what the heck just happened here? What the heck? So it's like I said, guys, it can help you, it can also hurt you. But yes, generally speaking, you are not going to fix this by talking to them. So let's see where you guys are up to right now. What did my email just say? Guy wants to talk to me. Okie dokie. Hmm. Hmm. What the heck am I looking for? Sorry, guys, looking for this email I got. Hmm. Sorry, guys. Okay, sorry, I had to dig all that out. Save all attachments. I hate emails sometimes. That was a lot of dead air. Oof. All right. So how long is the break? It's going to be a little bit there. Dead air danga. Yeah, I know. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, so it's, and I really wonder at this point what the medical examiners are going to be able to say, because at this, there wasn't a clear-cut cause of death. I mean, they're not, I don't think they're really going to be able to tell. These people are dead and dying. Or I'm sorry, she's been dead. I mean, she died. She's been dead for so long that, like, the critters probably ate her up real good. So I don't know what they're really going to get out of this when they have the medical examiners testify. So it will be interesting to see what they bring up. If there's anything new or critical, I don't think there's going to be any bombshell evidence here, because you generally don't. There's no real to find some sort of bombshell and will not bring it up right away and to close on. It's not generally a good idea. At least in my experience. I mean, these people are probably going to reiterate a lot of what we already know. Looks like we're coming back on too.
Your Honor, I need 2 minutes. My co-counsel were to release a witness. 2 minutes. I need 2 minutes, please. Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed? All right. Now, Agent Holcomb, you indicated that you took measurements from county line to the remains, and it was 65 feet.
Yes, ma'am.
And as you approached the remains, did you take any other measurements?
I did, using tape measure, just showing the distance from the tree branch to the ground and then from her neck to the tree branch.
All right, I'm going to hand you a, what were those measurements? What were the measurements from the tree branch to the ground?
Can I refer to my report and make sure I give you the right number?
Will that refresh your recollection?
It will.
Yes.
You said from the tree branch to the ground?
Yes.
6 feet 4 inches.
And then from the tree branch to the top of the remains height?
It was to the neck, and it was 3 feet 9 inches.
All right, so I'm going to take your tape measure. If you can't, just show the jury what 6 foot 4 inches looks like.
Well, as he unzips his pants.
There's 6 feet 4 inches on the ground.
And then to the neck.
So it's 3 feet 9 inches, which was that distance right there.
You weren't setting it on the ground.
Yep.
See, if they were going to do this, you think they bring in like a mannequin to show the actual heights? That would be far more effective if they had like a little gantry thing and a mannequin hang off like an engine dolly.
And
That'd be a far more effective way of demonstrating this.
Of the remains did you make
Thanks
about
to
the
me.
remains itself as you were evaluating the scene?
So as I was walking through the woods, the remains back, so Miss Noble's back was to me as I was approaching the woods. She was kind of like crouched down on her knees a little bit, sitting on her knees in a hanging position.
And did you notice if there was a ligature?
Yes, there was something around her neck.
And again, you documented the body as you approached it.
Yes, ma'am. Once again, I take my photographs. I eventually went 360 all the way around, just showing the body from different perspectives.
I'm forgetting my alphabet this late in the day. All right, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as state's exhibits. 108, G, H, and I. And you see your initials at the bottom of each of those.
I do.
And you looked at them before.
I have.
You have very accurate depictions of what you observed on campus.
Yes, ma'am.
Permission posed to the jury. Placing the state's exhibit 108G on the overhead.
So this would be the back of Miss Noble as I'm standing a couple of feet away.
Your Honor, just because the lighting is different, just gonna slow walk it past the jury, please.
I can't see it. Stage.
The lighting changes with the projector. Just right to the slow walk instead of the projector, Your Honor. 108H. And again, Secretary General, closer up to you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, now I'll put state's exhibit 108I on overhead.
So here's a photograph. You can see the top of the head of Miss Noble at the bottom of the photograph, along with a black USB cord that was wrapped around her neck and then up around the tree branch.
And what is, can you circle the USB cord?
And then it comes down a little bit around there as well.
Jeez.
To see that.
Now I know why.
And
Makes sense why the jury was
while you were
asking about why there were no
observing,
missing cords.
The photo, or excuse me, the remains. What else did you notice?
There were a couple of pieces of evidence around the remains that I would then put down an evidence placard and eventually collect as well.
And can you describe what those were?
There was one of the first things I collected was a black water bottle that was near the remains.
What letter am I on, Becky, please? Thank you. show you what's been marked as 108, J, K, and L. Do you see your initials on those photographs?
I do.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of different viewpoints of the remains?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm placing State's Exhibit 108L on the overhead. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
No objection.
And then you indicated some of the items you saw around the remains was a water bottle. What do we see in this picture?
Yeah, so here's just another perspective of the remains looking at her left side, but you can see near her left side on the ground is a black water bottle.
Can you circle that again, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Stand out of the way this time.
There's the black water bottle.
State's Exhibit 108K.
So here's another perspective just from the other side. So we're looking at her right side now. Just once again, documenting the body as I was upon walking up and getting all different viewpoints of it.
And you can see the USB cord in this photograph.
Yes, ma'am.
And 108J.
So here's a photograph of the right side of the body, just more focusing on her legs and her arms and her feet.
I'm going to put State's Exhibit 108K back on the overhead, just focusing on the ligature. Can you circle where one end of the cord is at?
So one end of the cord is going to be right there, kind of in the middle of the photograph.
And do you know, based upon your observations of the remain, where the other end of the cord was?
It was laying on like the back of her neck, back area.
And can you describe how the cord was wound around the tree, so to speak?
So there were two pieces of the cord that were on the branch and then came down around her neck.
And was a cord around the branch once?
Twice.
Which letter am I on there? Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 108N and 108N. You see your initials on those photographs?
I do.
And those are fair and accurate depictions of the photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
And permission published to the jury. No objection. I'm placing State's Exhibit 108M on the overhead.
So there is a photograph, once again, on the bottom of the projector. You can see the head of Miss Noble and then the USB cord going up towards the tree branch.
And where is the one end of the cord?
It's kind of tucked behind that wire, but it's in that area.
And then is there a knot in the cord?
There is. There's a knot up near the top of the photograph.
And did you observe a knot down by the neck?
I do not recall.
And was there, do you know where the other end of the cord was, and can you see it in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. So you can see it going down the back of Miss Noble.
And then states 108N. What are we looking at here?
So there's a close-up of a hard plastic that's on the end of the USB cord. The other end of the cord is going to come off here and then go down, but that's pretty much the end of the USB cord wrapped around a loop.
Now I want to compare 108N to 108M. So you can see that 108. And then where is that 108? Put it back.
So that hard plastic I was just talking about is right there in the middle of the photograph, which is the same thing as the left photograph. Both the circled items are the same thing.
And what was keeping the cord suspended from the branch?
That hard plastic was keeping it from the other end falling off and everything falling apart.
And was it fastened in that part of the cord or hanging there? How
It
would
was
you
just,
describe it?
it was, as you saw, the hard plastic was sitting there and just the weight of her body was keeping it from moving.
Now, after you documented the remains, what did you do by photographing them? What did you do next?
So then that's when I get, so then I actually used my 3D scanner, went around different areas. I actually have to put up spheres so that the scans can go together. But I did multiple scans around, just get more measurements if I needed them for a later purpose. And then we were ready to remove Miss Noble's body from the tree.
And how were you going to do that?
So this is where I consult the coroner investigator, Mr. Carlson, because the body is his responsibility. I can't do anything. I can't touch the body without his permission. So at that point, I talked to him and we determined the best way to get the body out from hanging from the tree is to cut the USB cord.
Shows defense counsel states 108O and 108P and handing them to Agent Holcomb. Are those your initials on those photographs?
They are.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it on September 16th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Place states exhibit 108P on the overhead. And what is this?
So that's just going to be a closer up photograph of the head, shoulder, and neck area of Miss Noble.
And can you see the USB cord in this photograph?
You can. It's at the top of the photograph right there where I'm circling. And then the other end that we've talked about a couple of times comes off the side.
Oops. States 108O.
So there's another photograph of the knot that I talked about earlier in my other photographs.
And where again is this at in relationship?
Right about in the middle of from Miss Noble's neck to the tree branches, right around the middle.
And after consulting with the coroner's investigator, how did you decide was the best or most secure way to remove Emily's remains from the tree branch?
It was to cut the USB cord with the state of decomp that she was in. Her neck was hanging down. We were afraid that if we moved the neck, it could damage any potential evidence. So it was determined the easiest way and the safest way to preserve any evidence and preserve her body would be to cut the USB cord.
And who cut the USB cord?
I did.
And when you cut it, did you mark it in a certain way?
I did. I put some packing tape on the ends where I cut. I initialed. I put my date on it just so I could remember that I cut that cord.
And where did you cut it?
Near the end of, or near the area of her neck.
And how many pieces did that result in?
So I cut it 3 times.
And did you collect that cord?
I did.
And did you provide it then to the Westerville Police Department?
I did.
I'm going to hand you what's going to be marked as State's Exhibit 109. Right here. Got it. Thank you. I'm going to hand you some scissors, but first look at this and see if you can identify what State's Exhibit 109 is.
Yes, ma'am. So you can see the white label. That is my evidence label that I create. It says evidence number 1, description, cord/cable, notes cord that was around the neck of the victim. It then also has the case, the offense, the scene, location, the date it was collected, my name, and my agency.
And are you able then to open that for the jury to see?
I am.
There's scissors right there.
This would be the black cord that I collected.
Right, and are those tape, pieces of tape that you placed on the cord at the end of them?
Yes, ma'am. So you can see CH, my initial is 61, so my badge number, and then 9/17/20, which was the date.
And then go ahead and unwind it for the jury, please.
So here it is all unwound.
You found it, there was a knot about halfway between Emily's neck and the tree branch.
Correct.
And there was an end, I believe you described, stuck a little bit below the knot in the middle. And what end was that?
So it would have been somewhere right around, obviously the knot's been taken out. It would have been somewhere around the middle of the USB cord.
And again, that was the only thing keeping the USB cord around the tree branch. Looking at that cord, what was keeping it around the tree branch?
Would have been black hard plastic cord.
And so you're holding up a smaller piece right there in your hand, is that it?
Yes, this is it right here in my left hand.
Was there a knot fastening it in there?
No, ma'am, it was just being supported by the loop that was coming down.
And that was the only thing keeping it wrapped around the tree branch? Your Honor, may I
This is
walk this
just-
past the jury?
Like, we get it. It's the cord. It's just a snoozer.
Agent Holcomb, you could do it.
A little obnoxious there, guys. And you could hang yourself with that. That is strong enough. It's stronger than you think, but I don't know if their allegation is she couldn't have done this because you could easily tie yourself up.
Can you place it back in its packaging, please?
Yes, ma'am.
To be in the same condition as when you cut it down. We're close in time to.
Wait, what
September
happened?
16th of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
They just camera angles jumped.
And did you take a photograph to document how you cut the cord and also the state that it was found?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
Oh, I know I snore.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit.
I'm just listening in because this is
110A
just,
and 110B.
this is
Defense counsel.
grindingly slow. They're just now getting this all in. I feel like this is kind of
And are
clunky.
your initials on those?
They are.
And are those photographs that you took
Yes, ma'am.
fairly and accurately depict the cord after
Thank
you
you,
cut
Brian.
it?
Yes, ma'am.
I just think they could have done this better, and they didn't do it better.
Placing State's Exhibit 110B on the overhead.
So that would be a photograph of the cord as it was right after I cut it down. Place some paper behind it, and then evidence placard number 1.
Did you measure the cord?
I did not.
And what, where was the top of the cord in relationship to the tree branch? What part of the cord, let me strike that. What part of the cord was touching the tree branch in this photograph?
Be the top part of the photograph right where I circled.
But
And then where was thing that was hooked into the cord, keeping it suspended?
The hard plastic would be close to my evidence placard number 1.
they're not doing a good job of explaining this out. Like, I think I know what they're trying to do, but
And then again, the 3 ends that you cut.
As you can see at the very bottom, there are 3 ends, 2 right there, and then another to the right of it.
I'm sorry, can you please do that again? I hit clear too fast.
So there's 2 cut ends in the left circle, and then 1 cut end in the right circle.
yeah. So it was actually probably stoutly attached.
Exhibit 110A.
And then as you saw when I walked around, those are the tape
I mean-
with the ends that I cut with my initial badge number and the date as well.
Now, we'll say that's correct because he's
Now,
showing he had to dismember
Does
part of the evidence, so he's
placard,
showing what he touched.
correspond to any document that you create?
Yes, ma'am. So obviously you just saw the evidence label. So that has all the information. That information then gets generated onto an evidence log, and it has
Yeah, it's starting to look like
all
a
of the same
suicide.
information on that as well. And then that evidence number is also going to be reflected in the report that I authored.
And then do you do that for each piece of evidence that you collect at a scene?
I do.
And is that all stored on one document?
It is.
So after you cut the cord and bring down the remains, what do you do next?
So then once we bring down the remains, we take additional photographs just of the body. I believe it was laying in a body bag at that point. Take additional photos, me and the coroner investigator, and then we seal up the body in the bag, put a body bag lock on it, and it's then transported for an autopsy.
And did you do that in this case?
We did.
And so kind of at the scene, who's in charge of the scene?
So Westerville Police is currently securing the scene, making sure no one comes into the crime scene tape. I am in charge of the scene area. I'm not going to allow anyone that doesn't need to be down there into the scene to protect the evidence. But then the coroner investigator, Carlson, is in charge of the body. So once again, I can't do anything without his permission in regards to the body.
One moment, please, Your Honor. And did you document the process of placing the remains in the bag?
I did.
Hold on. Did you see? No, I did not see this.
Are those photographs that you've taken?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they fairly and accurately depict part of the remains on September 16th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 111B.
So this would be the photograph I was just talking about. We had
This
just,
also doesn't help. We
cut
can't
the
watch what they're
USB cord,
doing.
And she's now laying on her back inside of the body bag.
And that white thing is what?
That's the body bag that she's eventually going to be sealed up in.
and State's Exhibit 111A.
I don't know, David.
That's just another photograph now looking at her right side. She's
Be
still
nice
on
to him.
her
He's a
back.
state employee.
You can see it's a little dark, but those are her legs right there that I've circled. Just another photograph, one of many that I take.
Now, once the remains are placed into the body bag, what do you do next?
So then once the remains are placed in the body bag is then removed from the area. And that's when I keep looking for any additional evidence around. At that point, I pulled out a metal detector to search in the area.
And were you able to locate additional evidence?
I was.
And what was that?
I located a engagement ring and a wedding band, and also a e-cigarette.
And where, in relationship to Ms. Noble's remains, were the wedding rings located?
Very close, if not underneath her body.
And the e-cigarette?
In close proximity to her body.
I'll show you what's been marked on State Exhibit 112, A, B, and C. Take a moment to look at those. And are those photographs that you took?
Yes, ma'am.
Fairly and accurately depict the scene on September 16th of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have placed your initials on each of them.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, start with State's Exhibit.
Yeah, it's not a canine. That's a snaggletooth.
So there will be, you're looking at the photograph with evidence placard number 3 and the engagement ring and wedding band that's in the dirt.
They fell directly below the body, it looks like.
Right there where the box is.
State's Exhibit 112B.
So this is a photograph of the wedding band engagement ring, just under a different background after I've removed it from where it was originally located at.
And then did you place those into a sealed evidence envelope?
I did.
And State's Exhibit 112A.
That would be evidence placard number 4 showing the e-cigarette, which I will circle for you.
And thank you.
Yep.
Where was that found out again in relationship to the body?
Very close to her body.
It was not within her body.
No, it was not within her body.
$113. 113 or 112?
113.
I'll show you what I've been marked at State Exhibit 113 and 14. Let's start with 113. Are you familiar with that item?
I am.
And how can you tell?
Once again, it has that white evidence label that I talked about earlier. Evidence number 3, jewelry. 1 band of unknown metal, 1 band with white stone set in unknown metal. And then once again, it has my case number, the address, and all that other information.
And can you open that up, please, and show them to the jury?
Can I have a fresh set of gloves, please?
Yes, I'll just give you the box.
Thank you.
Can I take these then?
Yes, ma'am. So this would be the wedding band and the engagement ring that I talked about.
That's 13, sir.
113.
113.
Thank you.
She was gone and disappeared for nearly. She disappeared May 24th. They didn't find her body till September 16th. So
Those wedding rings appear to be in the same or similar
that's a lot of
position.
rain and stuff, and all that stuff can get
Yes, ma'am.
overtime.
And can you please open the statement 1 and 14?
So this, as you can see, once again, has my white evidence label. So here would be my evidence item number 4, the e-cigarette that I collected.
Thank you. Does that e-cigarette appear to be?
Oh, no, the
similar
vape pen.
condition when you found it, same or similar condition on September 16th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, she was just hanging from a tree for a couple of
Court
months.
reporter. Now, after you took the cord down, did you document the tree branch?
I did.
And how did you do that?
Just showing the tree branch where the USB cord was wrapped around the branch.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 115A and 115B. Are those photographs that you took?
Yes, ma'am.
And they have your initials on them?
Yes, ma'am.
They appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the branch after the cord was removed on September 16th of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Placing State's Exhibit 115A on the overhead.
So that would be the photograph of the branch. As you can see, right where I'm putting the square
Actually, how it used to be.
are the marks of where the USB cord was at.
Yep, she was up there long enough the tree bark started taking shape around it.
Can you rotate 180?
Yes.
So there's the tree branch, just a closer up photograph. Once again, right where I put the square is where the USB cord was at.
And those, I mean, can you describe what those were? Were they indentations? How would you describe the markings on the bark?
It was depressed wood from the weight of the USB.
Now, in addition to the items we just went through that you collected, did you collect anything else from the scene that evening?
That evening, no, I did not.
And at some point you left the scene that evening?
We did. Once, it was probably a little bit after midnight, we had collected every evidence that we could see at that point. It was obviously extremely dark, so we decided to end the search of the scene that evening.
And what happened at the scene? Was it, if you know, did anyone stay at the scene overnight?
At least one, possibly two Westerville police officers secured the scene overnight.
And then did you return?
I did.
And when did you return next?
Would have been the next morning.
So September 17th of 2020.
Yes.
And then again, did you document how it appeared as you went when you arrived on September 17th?
I did. Obviously, it's now daylight. It's easier to take photographs. So once again, I'm going to document the scene as it was upon my arrival on that second day. So I took very similar photographs to the previous night.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 116A. Do you recall what time you arrived at the scene back?
Probably around 8:30 or 9 a.m.
Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And is that a photograph that you took on September 17th of 2020?
It is. So this would be a photograph. As you probably recall, one of my first photographs that we showed you, it's kind of the same area. Right along the green line is going to be County Line Road. And then here's the crime scene tape of the wooded area where her remains was located at.
And whereabouts did you enter into the woods then?
I'm a little bit further south in this picture, so I'm going to say approximately somewhere around that green line that I just put in.
Now, when you arrived back at the scene on September 17th, 2020, it was in the daytime. What else did you do there?
So once again, I took photographs, went down to where the remains were located at, and searched for any additional evidence that we may have not been able to see the previous night.
And did you collect any evidence at that time?
I did.
What did you collect?
A soil sample from underneath where she was located at, some hair that was located, and then a fired shot shell as well. A fired shot shell? Yes, sir.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 117. What is that?
That would be a photograph with evidence placard number 3, where her remains was at.
And is that where you collected the soil sample from?
It was.
And so would that photograph have been taken on September 17th?
No, this is evidence placard number 3, which I believe was the rings.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
But it would have been that area that I would have collected. So this would have been a photograph from the previous night.
All right. But this is the area where you collected the soil sample from.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Placing State's Exhibit 117 on the overhead.
So as I said earlier, this is a photograph from the previous night, but you can see the remains have now been removed in the darkness of the soil of where her remains was located at.
And why do you collect soil?
If you collect soil, you can send it to a lab, and a lab can test the chemicals that are in there and do different analyses on those chemicals.
Marked as State's Exhibit 118 and 118A. Are you familiar with those documents?
I am.
And what are they?
These are the evidence logs that I talked about earlier.
And what's contained in those logs?
It lists the evidence that I collected. Once again, my name, date, time, when the case was opened, and then a description of the items that I collected, along with the items that I turned over to Westerville Police Department.
And are these documents, State's Exhibit 118 and 118A, fair and accurate copies of the evidence logs you created for the physical items you obtained at the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Why are there 2 of them?
So before I leave the scene, about 95% of the time, I turn over the evidence to the local jurisdiction. Unless it's an officer-involved shooting, which BCI usually handles the whole thing, I don't keep any evidence. I turn everything over when I'm done processing that evening. So the first night, I believe I collected 3 or 4 items, and those items were turned over to Westerville Police Department that night. And then when we went back out the next morning, I collected additional items, and then those all got turned over when we were done.
Just so the jury can see what we're talking about, your State's Exhibit 118. Can you walk them through this form, please?
Yeah, so as you can see up top, just has all the information regarding agency, my name, the case number, is a question death. And then you get down further and you can see it's scene 1 of 1, and it was the address. And then on the left side of the chart, you can see the evidence numbers. Then if you look further over, the description, the location, my name, and then the date and time. Even though the time is not accurate, it's just an auto-generated when I put it into the system.
And then down at the bottom.
So here it shows items number 1 through 4 was released by me to, I believe it was Detective Grubbs at that point, at the 17th of September 2020 at 12:39 a.m.
And then States Exhibit 118A.
So this is the same chart as you saw earlier. Just now you're adding numbers 5, 6, 7, and 8 on, which was the stuff that I collected. We didn't talk about 8. 8 is just the photographs that I provided. And then at the bottom is where there's a hole punched through it, but it's going to say 5-8. And then I released that evidence to Detective Peachy, I believe.
And the date and time of that?
I released it at September 17th, 2020 at 10:12 a.m.
I'm sure it was been marked as States Exhibit 119. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And what is it?
This would be the soil sample that I collected from underneath where her body was located at.
Same white stamp on it?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Special Agent Holcomb, are you aware in this case that various items you collected were in fact submitted to the laboratory part of BCI?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you aware what those items are?
I believe there was the e-cigarette and the USB cord are the two ones that I know for sure.
So I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibit 120. And review that.
This would be the lab report.
And lab report for
From the swabbing of the USB cord, the e-cigarette inside the cap of the bottle, so that water bottle I collected, and the necklace in the outside of the bottle.
Just this is a very clunky. I'm also pretty sure that lady in the brown hair is the actual Delaware County prosecutor. So they're at a sidebar. Yeah, guys, I know this part right here is yeah, so and I don't know if I made that clear before about how long this lady's body hung in the tree. It hung in the tree for all of June, all of July, all of August, and part of September. I mean, it was up there for 3.5 months. 3.5 months in Ohio where it's nice and humid and there's critters and bugs and in the middle of the sunshine and the heat and the humidity and the rain. I mean, yeah, that body's gonna deteriorate, and yeah, if you have a ring on, it's gonna fall off. They'll get caught in the dirt. I mean, she was in here long enough that the tree was trying to grow around the cords on it. So, yeah, just something to think about when you're trying to figure out how long time was involved. Hmm. Hmm. So we shall see what's going on there. Sorry, I was trying to figure something out. Um, yeah, I was gonna try to cover it, but it looks like if he's gonna go with his attorney, um, if he's gonna go with his attorney, guys, that's, I mean, maybe if you guys really want me to. The problem with Trevor Summers is we thought he'd defend himself, and if he doesn't, that kind of takes a lot of the fun out of it because his other attorney's going to do it the right way. We'll defend him and we'll do what's necessary. Trevor would have just acted like a lunatic, so I think there would have been a little bit more fun that way. I've seen nothing that this guy did it. Nothing so far. Like I said, from what I know, people down there. I mean, a lot of this is weird, but there ain't nothing there. So, yeah, I'm not convinced this guy did it. So here we go. We're back to it.
Now, Agent Holcomb, you are not a lab analyst, right?
Correct.
You have any training in interpreting lab reports?
No, ma'am.
Or the conclusions?
No, ma'am.
Or the findings?
No, ma'am.
But you've reviewed the lab report in this case, and so you can testify that State's Exhibit 120 is a fair and accurate copy of that report.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you're looking at State's Exhibit 120, can you walk the jury through this part of the report?
So this is stating the laboratory number, who the agency submitted was, the offense, the subject, the victim. As you see over on the right side, my name as BCI agent, and then the analysis date and the issue date of the report. Further down, you can see submitted on September 23rd, 2020 by Detective Grubbs, the 4 items that were submitted to the lab for analysis.
I'll scoot it up on the left-hand side of the screen under item.
So as you can see up top where it says submitted on September, the brown paper bag containing the cord, if you look to the left, it says number 1. that's going to correspond with the item number. So 1.1, 1.2 are the swabbing of the knot on the cord and the end of the cord. And then, as you can see, it's the same thing, the swabbing of the e-cigarette inside the bottle cap, the necklace, and outside the bottle.
And then continued on remarks.
Remarks, the forensic DNA profiles developed were not suitable for coast entry.
But you can't opine on that conclusion.
Javi, she was in a wooded area.
Yes, ma'am.
Out of the way, people would see it.
I'm gonna backtrack.
I mean, I'm hoping for a not guilty now.
The handy was from Mark State's Exhibit 121. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it?
As you can see, once again, the white label is my evidence label, item number 2, the black water bottle on the left side of body.
Can you open that up, please?
More paper bag ASMR.
So here are the contents inside the bag. Say the black water bottle that I collected, and then I did not collect this. It says number 4, possible hair, which was inside the bag as well.
Our level appear to be in the same or similar condition as we found it on September 16th.
Yes, ma'am.
That's interesting.
Your Honor, we have a moment, please. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
You wouldn't mind. Did you take your gloves off?
I did.
This will be interesting.
Judge, me put them back on?
No, we'll get a new set.
Oh.
We'll get a new set. So I've got some physical items I'm looking to go through. Get those in for the next witness. So,
All right.
You know what? It's just a wasted pair of gloves.
I get through a lot of gloves.
Not environmentally friendly work sometimes.
Not at all.
I'll just start. Diane Benashi, by the way.
Hi.
On behalf of Matt Moore. I noticed in the beginning of your examination, you used the phrase crime scene quite a lot. I want to be clear about something, is that you obviously work for the state of Ohio.
Mhm.
But you would agree with me that your work is to be objective, right?
Absolutely.
So crime scene, it's a scene, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's not a crime scene or a suicide scene until it's determined by someone to be so, right?
Correct.
So when I'm asking you the questions, I'm going to ask you about the scene, which is the area where the remains of Emily Noble were found.
It stayed in his
So
house
Let's talk about
around the
the course
time.
of your work at BCI, tools that you use. Tools, and you were asked this question about cadaver dogs. Do you remember that question?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that the times that you would use them, that they hadn't been successful. You would agree that cadaver dogs are only successful, that is, they only hit or they only alert when they find a cadaver.
Correct.
And then you're aware of bloodhound dogs as well that track scent.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm assuming you've used bloodhounds as well.
I actually have not.
But you're aware that bloodhounds is a tool that law enforcement can and sometimes does use.
Absolutely.
And the same is true of cadaver dogs, can and sometimes does use.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're aware through the course of your work at BCI that it's not like I can take a dog from my house and say this is a bloodhound or this is a cadaver dog, right?
Correct.
These dogs have very specialized training.
Absolutely.
And they have certificates even of the training that they've done. And like you have to keep up on your CLEs, right? Your continuing education. The same is true actually for cadaver dogs and bloodhounds as well, is it not?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk about well, we can just go, I'll start here. State's Exhibit 120. This is obviously just the DNA report that was issued in this case with respect to these items listed right here. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about a bag of soil, and I'm sorry, but I forget which item number it was, but the bag of soil.
Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me that while you testified as to why the soil might be collected, State's Exhibit 119, right? There is no submission sheet on the soil, correct?
Correct. Our lab does not do that kind of testing.
So that, and if it had gone out somewhere, right, it would be indicated by the labels, because the labels really tell us where that item goes in its lifespan.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm a juror and I want to know when an item is collected and where it goes thereafter, it'll all be right here.
At least for BCI, that's how we do it.
BCI, that's
Yes, ma'am.
exactly. Then I want to talk about showing you, and I'm going to
She's setting up a chain of custody issue
show you a number
for closing.
of photos that you were shown. 108H. I'll just go to the bottom of this photo if I can. This right here is the water bottle that we that you testified to on direct, and you also opened just a few minutes ago.
Yes, ma'am.
And next to the water bottle, as indicated by State's Exhibit 118 and 118A, was the e-cigarette,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And you indicated in your report as to location is close to left knee.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm left-hand dominant, the water bottle and the e-cigarette would have been in this general area.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk about 108H again. Just, I'll zoom in so that I'm focused on my questioning. As found, you would agree with me that the USB cord is not actually truly encircling the neck.
No.
Okay. Because when we say around the neck, I want to, I know you know this and you would agree, words are so important. It's actually at this point in time, it being the USB cord is up like that, is it not?
It is.
So it's like all the way up here.
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And I have a USB cord. I know the. Do you know the length of that cord ultimately that was found?
I do not.
I just want to make sure. Tell me if this looks to you like a USB cord.
One has USB and another one's like for a printer, but it's the same
Okay.
general idea.
All right. So this is what we call that USB, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So around the neck, and then it's up like this, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, want to talk about.
Finally, she demonstrated stuff. Thank you, Diane.
Same exhibit. This is the end right here, which is that USB that you and I just spoke of,
It is.
right? And then here, if I can move this up, and tell me if you'd like me to approach, because it might be a little more clear. There's like one of these little clasps on that tank top, isn't it? Like a clasp you can kind of adjust the straps, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then this is a continuing piece of that clothing, it appears.
It is.
And the shoes, as you recall them, were still on the feet of Miss Noble, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they actually went with the remains to the coroner's office.
Correct.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108I. And I just want to focus in here. Up here. I'll use this as a demonstrative again. You would agree with me, and let me show where I'm focused, because it's hard to tell here. But right here is where the USB goes over the branch, does it not?
Correct.
And I just want to be clear about something, is that it's not, bear with me, it's not where someone actually tied it over the branch, right?
Correct.
It's more like this. It's over the branch like that.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, with respect to the measurement,
Which supports a shorter person doing it.
Refresh your report. No objection. I believe the 3 feet 9 inches was from her head to the branch, because I thought you measured it from the ground, but I just want to be clear.
Yes, and then the prosecutor asked me, can I put it on the ground? Yes. So the 3 feet 9 inches was, I said, the distance from Miss Noble's neck to the tree branch was 3 feet 9 inches.
Okay, so 3 feet 9 inches. It's been a while since I used a tape measure. What does that say about me? So you measured this, the 3 feet 9 inches, from the neck to the top of the tree branch, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we knew that when you were measuring that, you were measuring with the remains being on the ground.
I was measuring the remains as they were sitting there.
Right,
Yes.
right? Okay, so that's 3 feet and 9 inches from neck. Did you go from the base of the neck, or where did you measure from?
Probably right about where, my Adam's apple is, probably right there, center of the neck.
Okay. Now, you were obviously one of the first to the scene, so you got a good view of it. You would agree with me that the cord as it's positioned was taut, right? There wasn't like slack in the cord like that.
So I wouldn't say I was one of the first to the scene. It's
When
going
you-
to take me a little bit to get there,
Sure. The
but
scene,
it was taut, yes.
Right. The scene was preserved in advance of you arriving there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because they had called you to come in and assist in your capacity.
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you arrived on the scene, you would agree with me that as it's over the tree and then encircles Miss Noble's neck, that it's not loose, it's taut, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Taut, maybe another better way to say that is there's like tension at some point. It's straight, right?
There was no slack.
There's no slack. That's better put. I know that we only have, we being the photos that you were shown today. I'll show you 108M. I just want to make sure that you would agree with me that while there are a number of photos, perhaps from the back, and this one capturing the top, is that we actually don't have any photos of the USB cord as it was under the neck.
Correct.
We do not have a photo of that.
I did not take any photos of that.
Okay. And you would be the one that took the photographs from, as the, your scene, right? BCI comes to the scene, and I know you testified to the jurors that you just had a case where you took 2,200 photos.
Yes.
Right? So you're at the scene, you're taking all the photos that you at the point in time find to be appropriate and important.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I remember you telling the jurors that you're always thinking about this day right here, right? When you want to give the jurors a visual of that scene, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Almost as if they were there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But we don't have in any of the photos, none of the ones you've been shown today or in the digital group of photos, a photo of the USB and how it was under her chin or neck.
Correct.
No, that's a problem.
I'm sorry, I thought I said it was M, but let me check this.
That is a little sloppy that there's no picture of how it sat on her head.
State's exhibit. These are all state's exhibits.
Oof. Not good, guys. Sloppy work. They didn't take that
Wanna
picture.
just ask you about this too. 108N as in Nancy. Fair to say that this, it appears that this plastic piece right here, right, is what's keeping this in place, if you will. Does that make sense how I said that?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was like, that's what's holding it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There's no knot there.
No.
It's this plastic piece that's literally holding this together.
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's been marked as 108J. I've put it down here on the bottom, but I just want to make sure that this is obviously the tennis shoe right here.
Yes, ma'am.
And you recall that tennis shoe was tied in a knot, do you not?
I can see it in the photograph.
That it was knotted.
Yes, ma'am.
And then this is Miss Noble's leg.
It is.
And the fingers appear to go around the ankle, do they not?
It does.
And then this right here it appears a cloth, a piece of clothing, and her arm is actually underneath the clothing and then pops out through.
It is.
Show you what's been marked as 115A. Did you happen to, sort of a silly question, but I ask it anyway. Did you happen to measure just the circumference of that branch?
Can you rotate it 180?
Absolutely.
There we go.
There we go.
I did not measure the circumference of the branch.
Okay. Fair to say circumference was not as big as a baseball,
Accurate.
right? Showing you what's been marked as 112C. And I know this one's a little harder to see, but I just want to make sure. This picture is the engagement ring and the wedding ring that you spoke of.
Yes, ma'am.
You would agree that this picture is taken before the rings are removed from the soil.
Correct.
So they're fair to say they're like not directly stacked on top of one another, but they're certainly touching one another.
Yes.
And these were found on the the left side?
Can I refer to my report real quick?
Of course.
Location just underneath the body.
You don't specify whether it was the right or the left, just underneath the body.
Correct.
You were shown a picture. Give me just one moment. I'll find it.
Fair enough.
I thought you were shown a picture with a light source shining down. Did I misremember that?
It would have been early on in the photographs.
I gave some to Becky. 1 second. Perfect. Thank you. Organized. And as you testified to on your direct, good police protocol or law enforcement protocol, you arrive at a scene, and as you approach, you're taking pictures along the way so that you can document exactly everything that you're seeing.
Yes, ma'am.
And you arrived at the scene, and it was dark.
It was.
And it was necessary, showing you what's been marked as 108A, just so to refresh. Remember that?
Yep.
It was so dark in there that fair to say that to see the area of where Emily's remains were, there was that large light source.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jurors, like, how big is that light source? Or
So this isn't my light, but I have one just like it. It's about that big, that tall, but the light can extend, taller than me if we wanted to.
And that's obviously like a good voltage light, right? Because the point is it's trying to give you visibility so that you can accurately take the photos and capture what you need to.
Yes, ma'am.
And the photographs that were taken, and I'll just use 108I as an example, when they appear to be kind of with that light on them, that's because the light source of the flashlight.
And I also have a flash mount on top of my camera as well.
So it double light as you were under that canopy.
Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me that, let's say 9:45 or 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. at night, that if you had neither of the yellow light source or the light on your camera, you would not have been able to see really much of anything.
Correct.
It was real dark down there,
It was.
right?
Yes.
And very dense.
Yes, ma'am.
And so the light source was necessary, not just so that you could capture the good pictures, but really just so that you knew where you were going. That's how dark it was.
Absolutely.
You know, you opened the water bottle. Do you remember the color of the liquid in the water bottle?
I do not.
You did not. Would you mind? I promise no more gloves, but there we go. And if I may approach, Your Honor.
Would you like me to take it out?
Yes, please.
Brownish.
It doesn't appear to be clear. Would you agree with me on that?
I cannot see through it.
Okay, let me put my gloves on. Did you open it at any point to smell it or in any way?
I did not, because I don't want to smell something and I don't know what it is.
Oh, fair enough. That's good. Would you agree with me as we look at this?
But it's critical he didn't
bottle,
check it.
The liquid inside, right, brown in color, is a little more than halfway where my finger is. Does that look about right?
It does.
So if we're the row where the bubbles go all the way to the top, it looks like it's kind of at the bottom of that second bubble.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you part of law enforcement taking a sample of this and getting it submitted, or BCI was not part of that?
I was not. I can't talk about the BCI laboratory.
Perfect. This bottle certainly, and there was swabs that were submitted by BCI and I for BCI for DNA purposes, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Old habits. With BCI or not. Just a few more questions about you talked about your training with respect to evidence collection, right, and your certifications. You would agree with me that the collection of evidence is not something that just every layperson knows how to do correctly.
Correct.
There is proper policies and procedure with respect to evidence collection.
Yes.
Because, as always the case, is you never want evidence to be, broken or changed in any way from the moment that you find it.
Correct.
Now, I understand that when you're removing something from one place and you're putting it into a bag, you have to do that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you and your capacity and expertise, you do whatever you can to make sure that that process has integrity.
Absolutely.
Once you release an item, though, into out of your custody into the custody of other individuals, right? Of course, the continuation of the proper handling of evidence is always very important.
Yes.
And the storage of evidence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, we talked about these tags and really being able to track where evidence goes. You would agree in your expertise that that's something that's very important, and we call that a chain of custody.
We do.
And when we have a chain of custody and we know who did this and who did this and who did this, we can always know what training they had, what training maybe they didn't have, and we can also figure out how the evidence gets from point A to B to C to D, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The remains in this case, as they were collected from the scene, were put into what we call a body bag.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know you were shown two pictures of that, two pictures of the remains. How many individuals helped to move the remains into the body bag?
I know at least three. Myself, Special Agent Chung, who was there, and then the coroner investigator, Carlson, were the three I know for sure helped move it.
And because, and showing you what's been marked as 111B, the remains had to be they had to be not just cut down, right, the remains, but then they had to be positioned down into the bag, right?
Correct.
When you cut the remains from its original positioning, that's not on video.
It is not.
There aren't like simultaneous still shots watching you do that either. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you have did your camera have video capability?
It does not.
One moment, Your Honor.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you.
You're ready, please.
But there's missing that one little part that was holding everything around the tree.
It is.
All right. And so again, she was demonstrating that it was over the branch like this, but again, we're missing that part that was up close to the branch, holding it all together. That was just simply sitting in a loop.
We are.
Now, Agent Holcomb, counsel was asking you about documenting the cord under Emily's neck, under the remains. What would you have had to do in order to document that cord under her neck?
We would have had to lift up her head to then photograph, the under part of her neck.
And that's because her head was pointed where?
It was pointing downwards.
And so I think when, counsel was holding the cord up like this, do you remember her doing that?
Yes, ma'am.
And she was saying it was up here. Emily's head was down like this.
Her head was pointing downward, or facing downward.
So her head was not straight up and down. It was
Her face was pointing downwards, not her head.
Yeah, no, duh.
face was down. So the top of her skull is here.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to put State's Exhibit 108M on the overhead. Is that demonstrate what we were just discussing?
So as you can see, the back of her hair, as I circled right there, is her head. So her face is going to be facing down that way.
And to get a view of the cord from there, you would have had to manipulate the body.
Correct.
And the body at this crime scene was evidence.
It was.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
That was quick.
There's no question. Observing a scene is so important. I want to ask you though about that.
Probably a little bit of both.
So if I'm the remains, right, and my face is down, facing downward, right? And we know that the cord is coming up here, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was nothing to prevent you, right, from coming from this angle and at least putting a camera down here and at least trying to capture a shot in this position without disturbing the remains.
No, ma'am.
There is nothing to stop you from doing that.
No, there was not.
And you did not take that photo.
I did not.
Nothing further.
All right, any questions you folks may have? Please write them down.
So that's a good thing it's done. I don't think he helps as much as anybody thinks. I think this hurt the prosecution a little bit. I I really don't think this helped him here. This was not good. I think also, I'm not gonna lie, but the way they talk about the heights off the ground, that's confusing me too. At least for me, that's not making a whole lot of sense. So the judge must be using his phone. He turns away. He's old school. So these questions should be good. So now they're going over the questions. Had to put shit on 4chan. I like the judge. So do I. Judge Bolivar is known for being good. I don't think any states prohibit you from having a juror ask questions. It's entirely up to the judge. Judges have a lot of leeway in governing how they do things in their courtrooms. So it's not necessarily a prohibition. It's just there are 88 counties in Ohio, and there's at least one common pleas judge in each county. Some counties like Cuyahoga County have 37. Each one of them could do it a different way. You could have, one county's got 37 judges. You could have 37 ways of doing things that are different to an extent. Now they're reviewing the questions, figuring out which ones they object to or don't object to. And I am going to grab something before I need to grab a nail clipper. And I will be right back. And they're going to argue over what's admissible and what's not. So we're going to do Chairstream.
I have some questions from the jury, and I'll tell you, Agent, that I'm going to bounce around.
Okay.
Okay, so be prepared for that.
Got it.
We've had testimony about the water bottle containing contents, and were those contents ever tested?
Not to my knowledge. I didn't submit them for testing. I didn't recommend that they be submitted for testing, so I do not know.
Okay, so as a witness, you cannot answer the question one way or the other.
Nope.
Thank you. There's a shell casing found at the scene.
There was.
Was a bullet ever recovered from the scene?
There was not.
Was any testing, such as DNA testing, made upon the shell casing?
So it's a shot shell. So it's a shotgun. It was located approximately, I think, 20 feet away from the remains. And that's one of those, we don't know what's going on with the case, so we're going to collect it in case it turns out to be evidence that we need.
Was there any testing done on the shell casing?
Not to my knowledge.
It would really help for everybody to clear up that it was completely irrelevant.
Plastic cylinder on the USB cord.
Yes.
If that cylinder piece were dislodged or moved from how it was held in there by the cord, would the tension in the ligature have loosened or created slack or something else?
It could have created some slack.
We've had some testimony that, as we saw Emily's right hand, there seemed to be cloth over that. Was her other hand, the left hand, restricted by cloth, similar as we saw for the right hand?
I would have to look at one of the photographs to tell you 100%.
Okay. We've seen a photograph of Emily's right hand and the nature of what it looked like when you arrived at the scene. Was her left hand intact or similar in appearance as her right hand?
It was in the same general area down by her sides.
And I think you've answered the question. The lab or the shell that you obtained has not been tested?
Not to my knowledge.
We've referred to the cord that you obtained from the scene as a USB cord. Can you tell if that cord is for purposes of being connected to a cell phone, a computer, or is it another type of USB cord?
It was just a very long USB cord that had the USB connections on both sides, so it could only be USB to USB.
Oh, okay. It's just a big female cable or big male cable. Double-ended for their pleasure.
That you obtained in evidence tested?
Not to my knowledge, I never, since BCI doesn't do that kind of testing, I don't get those lab reports, so I don't know if Westerville PD sent it out to be tested through some other company.
As you arrived at the scene and made your observations, were there any evidence of tracks? And I say tracks, I think in the sense of footprints or something similar to that, indentations in the soil.
So by the time I got there, numerous people had already been down there. The people who found the remains, I'm sure the coroner investigator went down there. I'm sure Westville detectives went down there. I didn't see, any, beautiful footprints that I needed to document or use dental stone to cast and collect.
Okay, you have no sense of when or who placed any footprints?
No, I can't tell you how long a footprint would have been there.
All right, and that's the next question. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Does that raise any questions for the state? Sure.
Does anybody ask questions here? They're just going to let him walk off?
All right, the jurors had a question about that piece that was stuck through the cord. Do you remember that? And they asked if slack or something would be created.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to put on the overhead states exhibit 108. Okay. Oops. And again, can you identify that area on this photograph for the jury, please?
So the area that we're talking about
Where the cord was stuck.
is right there in the middle of the green box.
There's nothing holding that in place besides the weight.
Correct.
So had that moved, the entire cord would have collapsed from the branch.
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Yes, please.
Yeah, the cables will be strong enough to hang somebody that's dainty. She's not huge.
108K. So just so we're clear, when I say we, just sort of generally clear, that if I was trying to ensure, right, that those two pieces are connected, there's no knot there, right?
There is not.
The knot is in another piece of the cord that you testified to earlier. Did you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
The knot is, I don't see it in the.
It might not be. It's further up in the picture.
It's further up. I don't see it in this picture, right?
I do not see you.
All right. Want to go back to the soil? Sorry, I had the 3 pictures and then I gave them.
Okay, that makes some sense, D&D.
Here it is. That's the knot, right?
It is.
State's Exhibit 108C. Want to just show you on the heels of one of the jurors' questions, 108J and 108V with respect to whether it appears her hands are underneath the clothing on both hands. And if you could look at those and let me know if you need another photo because I do have another one.
Yeah, if you have a closer up photograph of the left side.
Blame the guy that took the photos.
It's there somewhere.
Well, let me approach with, it's actually of the ones we have, this is 111A. And maybe that is helpful to you in answering the question as to whether it appears if her left hand is also under the clothing and then comes out.
So I can, in this photo, the one that's a little bit more zoomed out, I can definitely see her black tank top that we talked about that class earlier. The left strap is down around her wrist area.
And if you can, sorry to crowd the witness box, do you see where that white material is that I'm pointing to there?
I do.
And if we can correspond that material whitish on the right-hand side, do you see that?
I do.
Let me show the jurors so that what we just talked about. This is 108J, and we just spoke about this material seemingly, right, of that is around her wrist, and then as her wrist is on her right ankle there. Do you see that?
I do.
Then going to the other side. We talked about that same whitish material. Is that what we just talked about, Agent?
Correct.
And the second photo I'm showing you is 108B. And just so we're clear as to the items that were recovered from her body, she's got the leggings,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yeah, getting hung on
And
your
the
knees though isn't
tank
really
top,
bad.
right?
It's impossible.
And then
It happens.
The shoes.
Correct.
I don't even. And,
You just gotta be
there
determined.
wasn't any kind of like. You would have certainly made a note or bagged it independently if there was some kind of separate wrapping or sheet or clothing around her, right?
We might not necessarily have collected it because a lot of times we want to send the body as it is to autopsy so the pathologist can look at it. But I would have some point dictated that in my report that there was something wrapping the body or something.
There are people who do that to prevent themselves from stopping.
Objection?
Yes, may we approach
Sure.
this?
I mean, people have, restrained themselves before they hop up there, so it's not that obscene. I mean, it really just depends on how she tied herself up. So
Oh, and the court reporter. Double foul. The clothing. The remains were kept intact with the clothing, and that as a whole was sent to the coroner's office. So they would have collected the tank and the leggings and anything else.
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't mean to say any differently. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
5:30, we go to 6 if you wish. You'd like to have a witness for half an hour for.
Your Honor, I think it's a good time to break for the evening.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll do so. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this concludes today's proceedings.
As you leave and throughout the night, before you come back, remember the court's admonition and live by it. Likewise, as we've always said, go home, enjoy yourself, have a good meal, watch a movie, except Law and Order, maybe, I don't know. And enjoy yourself, get a good night's rest, and most importantly, don't be thinking about the case. So we'll see you tomorrow, usual time, usual place, 8:30. Thank you.
we'll wait just to make sure there was nothing about let's just make sure there's nothing else before I answer this for you. JC, this kind of goes along with the question Chaucer asked. Yeah, she was missing. She disappeared on May 24th, and they didn't find her body till September 16th in the woods, taken from a tree.
Anything either counsel like to?
She just up
place
and
on the
vanished.
record at the conclusion of today's proceedings.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. As I'm thinking about the presentation of a defense case, there's still the issue of Angel Kessler, who is the therapist who's currently residing in West Virginia. As a matter of background, in the state's trial brief, she was on their witness list. She was also on my witness list. I have marked the counseling records as an exhibit with Detective Grubbs, but pursuant to the court's order, I did not ask any questions as to the contents of the records because that was the court's order. Ms. Kessler has been in contact with us, and I know through Detective Grubbs, at some point in the last few weeks, she's also been in contact with the state. She's 4.5 hours away, and she does have patients all week. She is willing to testify by Zoom. I would ask the court their position on that. If the court does not allow it, I can file a motion. I just need to know, I would anticipate that testimony on, I think, Wednesday, Your Honor.
Well, after having researched the issue, if it's asked to be admitted, I will allow her statements in that report to be admitted, but no statements by the therapist or any diagnosis or anything related to either one of those. So I will tell you that's what the court will permit. You can proceed accordingly.
And so
Sounds about
with
right.
your statements, you mean Emily Noble's statements as.
What she told her therapist.
Perfect. Is the court allowing you to present the testimony by Zoom?
Well, I'll have to field an objection from the state, but I will tell you, I personally, fundamentally don't have an issue with it, but I'll allow the state to address that as well.
Well, Your Honor, I want to make sure I'm clear about what your intended evidentiary rule is.
Okay, with the report that Detective Grubbs had, there are comments made by Ms. Noble to her therapist. I would permit those to be admitted, but I will not permit basically anything else. No diagnosis made by the therapist or any therapist notes or therapist comments. Does that make sense?
If the therapist testifies, can she not testify to her own notes and diagnoses?
Well, she may. She may, if she's called as a witness. I'm just saying, I was asked what would my ruling be as to where we are right now. And right now, I would allow her statements to be admitted as, in other words, the rest of the report would be redacted, except for the statements she made. And then she has one on about maybe half the pages in there. So that's my ruling. Now, if she testifies, we'll have to cross that bridge when we get there. If there's something more that would be addressed.
I understand the court's ruling, and I'm not trying to sound like a petulant child, but there is no testimony right now without the therapist that the statements contained in those records from Ms. Noble were made for a medical purpose or diagnosis. We need the therapist to do that. Understanding, she can testify via Zoom. We don't object to this witness authenticating records to testify by Zoom.
Okay. Just for housekeeping purposes, I won't hold you to this.
Judge, the remaining state witnesses include investigator Charlie Carlson, Montgomery County Coroner, Deputy Coroner, Dr. Richmond, Dr. Amanda Agnew, and Dr. Smock, and Dr. Hickman, the Delaware County Coroner, Dr. Hickman. 5 left.
Okay. I don't know how long they will go. You think they'll be done tomorrow?
It's hard to tell, Your Honor, with cross-examination. I don't mean that to sound disrespectful.
Well, I guess the reason I asked that is for the defense to be aware the state's case can carry over to Wednesday. I don't know what your schedule is or how you arrange it, but I think.
I agree, and I actually had travel plans for an expert to be here late Tuesday night so that she would be first to go on Wednesday morning. And I just need to reassess that. As this court knows, when we pay experts, we pay by the day. So if I have her here and I don't use her, right, that's a full day. So I'm just trying to be cognizant.
Okay, well, for both sides, I'm always very accommodating for witnesses, particularly experts, to be able to get them on even if it's out of order, if it comes down to that sort of thing.
And,
But I appreciate it.
yes, so I'm just, yes. But I will be ready to present evidence on Wednesday. Should the state's case carry over into Wednesday, I will be ready to present evidence on Wednesday.
Okay. Have a good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. We'll start up as soon as everybody's here.
Well, Chaucer, we're not really 100% sure how she died because when they found her, she was heavily decomposed. She was gone in the woods for a while, so we don't always know. But yes, the issue with the therapist, I think, is going to be very helpful because I bet she talks about self-harm. Undoubtedly, she talks about self-harm if they're bringing it up on defense. So, And they're going to show suicidal. They're going to show self-harm. They're going to show a lot of things. They're probably going to show she talked about hanging herself. So we shall see there. Well, they don't mind having the truth, but they feel that he murdered her. So this is just
a issue that clouds the situation. So I mean, I'm not convinced enough. I mean, I don't know if he did it or not, but I'm not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt so far. You know, I can't say for these ones. I've never dealt with them, but yes, a lot of prosecutors do. So, do you guys want to watch this one tomorrow? Because we can do this one, or we can do the guy in Florida who's going to represent himself. It's kind of up to you guys what you want to do. Yes, David, you're right. The only thing they've shown so far is she's dead, which I think everybody here would agree with. So, you like this one? Then I think we'll probably stay here because it sounds like the defense actually has a case they're going to present. Now, this expert they're going to show, I wonder if it's an expert regarding the tree and the hanging itself. I don't know what their expert is yet. So, although we might be able to find out real quick if I open up the court records, because there might be a disclosure in there. They haven't presented a motive. No, remember though, they don't have to present a motive. It helps. It helps put the story together if you can present a motive, but you don't have to put one out there. I don't know if Delaware County stuff is all online. You can read it. Let's see. Public registration, record search. Here we go. H. Let's see if this fires up at all, guys. Okay, case stuff is ready to go. Finally loaded up. Oh, okay. So here, this might tell us what one of the experts is. So here we go, guys. This might be interesting here. This is a motion from the defense. We'll zoom in on it here so we can read it. So they're going to have Dr. George R. Nichols. Oh, and she talks about using. No, they want to use this guy as a. Okay, so he's going to talk about Emily's death being a suicide, the wife's death. Oh, this is just allowing him in. This is not helpful. Sorry, I'm going to try to find. Um, let me see here. Trying to find a witness list here so we can figure out. Oh, there's a. Yeah, guys, I'm not sure. It does sound like somebody from the body farm might be coming in to talk about they can't tell how this person died. So it'll be very interesting. Depending on the life insurance case, you can, sometimes you can't, depending on your policies. Some of them do after a certain amount of time, but a lot of them just straight up don't pay out if you roadblocks yourself. Yeah, CGO, you got it right. Yeah. Oh, they're going to be calling it. The defense is calling it body farm doctor. Interesting. That'll be really good. Yeah, step in front of a bus or something. Do everybody a favor. So, yeah, we are kind of stuck with a bit of an issue here. Well, Ethan, here, I'll show you where I go. Pretty much the easiest way to do it is you just go into Google. I'll show you how I did it. Share screen, Chrome tab. There. So we go to here and you just click on Delaware County because that's where we're at, Delaware County, Ohio. You go to Clerk of Court, you type in court records and you click on it. Okay. Then you go to the Clerk of Court, or you can, I know what page I'm looking for here. You go to the Clerk of Court's website. Then from there, you go to record search, and they're going to have different types of things there. You don't want to do e-filing because you're not an attorney actually filing documents. You're not a public member e-filing. You're not making payments on a case. You're not trying to register a car. So you get a record search. The record search here is you click here, and then you go to, Matheau Moore. And then you look for what the criminal case is. He's got a bunch of stuff here, estate cases, civil cases, a marriage. You want the criminal one, and boom, you're in his case. Well, if it loads, you're in his case. And then case details, you go to the docket, and then you can see all these things here you can get images for. So, for example, if you wanted to see what his indictment looked like, we can get a copy of that. And his indictment looks like this. Here's what his indictment looks like. When I went to the clerk, they had to write it in because it wasn't an official case number yet. But here's his indictment. He caused the death of Emily Noble, being murdered, and he faces up to life in prison. There's count 2. Count 2, he was charged with murder. This is called B murder in Ohio. That's also 15 years to life in prison. Then count 3, he was charged with felonious assault. And that's his indictment. So you just got to look around. It's not hard to, and if you know where you're at, just type in such and such county court records. That might help you too. That is true. That's 100% true. Yes, after the first 48 hours, it gets harder and harder. Yeah, CG, it helps, but also, I mean, just knowing that and where to look, I can look around other places around the country and find court documents as well. Oh, you live down the road. Nice. Do some counties in some states? It depends where you're at. Some counties, nothing's up. There are some counties in Ohio, I can click on it and there's nothing there. It just depends on if the counties digitize their records. Not every place does. Some counties view this as like well, you could come in and look at them. I think that's an issue of public access to records because not everybody can go to the courthouse. So people should be allowed to access things. So Sweet Tooth, you're asking how can they do that? Okay, well, here. We'll work on that here because there's an easy way. Okay. So there are two kinds of murder. You can do different kinds of murder in Ohio. And that's why you charge both. So this is the Ohio Revised Code. This is actually, if you type in the Ohio Revised Code, it's codes.ohio.gov. So this is the actual state law if you wanted to look it up. So here you're at section 29. You're at section 2903.02 murder. And you can see then it's in the subsections of the revised code, the title 29, which is crimes, and the chapter 2903, which is homicide and assault. Part A is, section A is, no person shall purposely cause the death of another or the unlawful termination of another's pregnancy. You're not allowed to kill someone unlawfully. Okay, section A. Section B is no person shall cause the death of another as a proximate result of the offender's committing or attempting to commit an offense of violence that is a felony of the first or second degree, and that is not a violation of 2903. And those two things are manslaughter. Obviously, you can't get felony murder for manslaughter, and involuntary manslaughter because they're not murder. But felonious assault, him doing whatever he did to her and hurting her, causing serious physical harm, is a felony of violence. So is kidnapping, so is robbery, so is burglary, so is rape. And those are where you get to the B murders. Okay? So that's why it's called B in Ohio. If you hear attorneys, if you're ever hear mentioned by attorneys, called B murder. So that's how you can have two different kinds of murder. Now he can't get in charge of. He can be convicted of one or the other. So these merge into each other at the end for a conviction. Oh, Selena, you're welcome. If they don't have documents, you have to go to the clerk's office in person. Yeah, you do. Or if they don't, I might try to make a phone call and get them, like Chili DeCastro, all the stuff he did down in Southern Ohio. I just called the courthouses down there and they fax me stuff to my office. So sometimes you get away with asking. No, the guy in the back is not my twin, Luke. Thank you, though. So if you punch someone, they fall and hit their head. Yeah, or if I hit you with a baseball bat and you go down. But I, hit you and then you fall and trip and crack your head open.
Yeah, it could be that, it could be a robbery. You die in the commission of a robbery. Any number of things. So that's how they get around to that. Anyways, guys, it is just about 6. I know this isn't exactly the trial of the century, and I know we haven't been following it as much, so I know you guys don't have a ton of questions, but tomorrow we'll fire this back up and get going. I'll be poking my head in and out and going from there. So I actually have a busy day tomorrow. The rest of my week is pretty straightforward. So that's the good news. And I will see you guys around, and I will they'll probably be starting at 8:30 tomorrow. So I'll have this going at 8:30. Yeah, it's thin, but it might be enough. Might be enough. We'll see. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.